Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2. Today is September 12th of the Water Resources Commission meeting. Thank you all for being here today. Just a matter of process. I just want to remind everyone if you could try to keep the aisles and the doorways clear just for safety purposes for people to walk through. That would be greatly appreciated. Today, we are going to get started with some quick introductions. I'd like to just have introductions from commissioners and then also any staff that's in the audience that's going to be presenting today. I see you're already ready to go, but we'll start right here.
Morning, everyone. Joe Mall, Central.
Morning, I'm Jan Newman, West Side at Large, based in Portland.
Julie Smitherman, I'm Commissioner for the Southwest Region.
Kathy Kahara, East Side at Large, based in Bend.
Jan Lee, Northwest, based in Sandy.
Okay, let's see. Who do we have? I'll go ahead and have you guys introduce yourselves as well.
Good morning, I'm Tim Seymour. I'm Assistant Manager for the Groundwater section.
Good morning, Kelly Mines, Policy Analyst and Rural Coordinator from the department.
Good morning, Jason Spreet, East Region Manager for Water Resources.
Great. Do we have any other staff in the room that's going to be presenting today? Okay. All right. So it looks like we can get started. We're on, let's see, agenda item F. This is the Division 512 rulemaking update. Thank you. Take it away.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Jason Spreet, East Region Manager. I'll let the rest of the panel here introduce themselves.
Vice Chair Smitherman, Commissioners, for the record, my name is Kelly Mines, Policy Analyst, Rules Coordinator for the department.
And I'm Tim Seymour, the Assistant Manager for the Groundwater section.
All right, we're going to start out this morning talking a little bit about Division 512 rulemaking update. I'll go through a few of the introductory slides here and then pass it off to Tim. But our initial slide here talks about what we're going to be talking about today, which is the Harney portfolio, some of the things that have happened in the Harney Basin over the past few years, and then into the rulemaking process. And then we'll talk about some of the strategies and tools that are proposed to be implemented in the basin, including classification, critical groundwater area, and then the serious water management problem area. And then we'll talk about some of the comments that we've received on the rules, and then follow that up with some next steps. The next slide. So this first slide here, this is a timeline from 2015 to today, talking about some of the major things we've done here. I believe you all have a copy of this document or a version of it that talks about all of the studies, planning, investments that the department has done over the years since 2015. We've gone through the place-based water planning, and then of course the USGS groundwater study in 2016 to 2024. And then we held 18 groundwater study advisory committee meetings during that period. We drilled a bunch of OBS wells. We have maintain a very extensive OBS well network in the basin. We have a number of permit condition wells, and we've had, like I mentioned earlier, a significant number of study meetings among all of the other things on this list here. Next slide, please. And then we got into, this is specific to the Division 512 rulemaking, which started, really in 2022. We had 2 informational sessions during that time. We tried to do a bunch of pre-RAC outreach to the community. We held 15 RAC Rules Advisory Committee meetings, RAC meetings. And then in addition to that, while that process was going on, we had 14 discussion groups that were facilitated by Oregon Consensus, and then some informational sessions. And then we developed some draft guidance for voluntary agreements, which we will present on later today as well. So you can see that there's been a lot going on in the basin over the last 10 years or so, and significant investments for the community, A lot of people involved down there that have been very involved through this whole time. So just want to shout out to the community for all the work that folks have done down there and participated in these meetings. And then the next slide, please. And this is a picture of the observation well network that we have been operating down in the basin. So we measure 89 wells quarterly. Of those 89, there are 26 that actually have recorders, continuous recorders in them. And then there are 295 wells in the basin that have a permit condition to report static water levels. So there's a lot of information, a lot of data out there coming into the department that helped us work through some of the language in the rules and develop the rules. And all of those measurements that are out there, they're all publicly available through our groundwater information system. All right, next slide, please. So now I'm going to turn it over to Tim Seymour, and he's going to talk a little bit about the groundwater report.
So as part of the Division 10 rule requirements for designation of a critical groundwater area, the rules specifically state that a groundwater report must be produced and presented to this commission. So the report has three key components. It needs to identify the criteria that are met under the ORS 537-730. These are the criteria that authorize the designation of a critical groundwater area. It needs to identify and characterize the groundwater reservoir that is subject to the designation, and then it needs to identify corrective control measures that the department believes will help to resolve the issues that led to the designation of that critical groundwater area. In Division 10, this report is to be produced by the department, made publicly available, and public comment is to be accepted on it until the end of the public comment period for any rules that would propose a critical groundwater area. So the two public comment periods are run simultaneously, but are separate. And so today I'm going to walk through that groundwater report and the final that, and then I'm also going to present on public comment received specific to that groundwater report. That is different than the public comment received on the rules. We'll get to that later on in the presentation. So the report was accepted from July 1, 2024, when we officially published the draft on our website, and it was accepted until August 13th, 2025. So a little over a year there of opportunity for public comment. When we go into the groundwater report, we've talked about this previously. The report identifies one groundwater reservoir, and the groundwater within that reservoir occurs in multiple connected geologic units, so rocks, and the water within that groundwater reservoir behaves differently based on the different geologic units that water is within. And rates and magnitude of recharge vary across this groundwater reservoir. But at the end of the day, the conclusions of this report, as based on the science that was produced out of the groundwater study with USGS, is that there's one groundwater reservoir. So within that groundwater reservoir, we then looked for thresholds that would be met that would authorize the designation of a critical groundwater area. And there are three key ones that we identify in the groundwater report. We identify that groundwater levels have declined excessively. So that means greater than 50 feet of total decline from highest known levels in a well. Groundwater levels are excessively declining, which means there's decline rates of 3 feet per year or more for at least 10 years in wells in this groundwater reservoir. And then the available groundwater supply is being or is about to be overdrawn. And overdrawn is defined as a situation in which pumping exceeds recharge. And as a reminder, if pumping exceeds recharge, that means that all recharge is going to pumping and there's no recharge available for natural processes within the system, such as discharge to springs, streams, or groundwater dependent ecosystems. So in the report, we have a map here that lays out the wells that were identified that have declined excessively, so have declined greater than 50 feet from highest known levels. And data on these wells or on wells within the basin is limited by whether or not we have historic measurements and whether or not we have current measurements. So these were the wells where we had sufficient data to be able to evaluate for this criteria. And based on current conditions and current decline rates in the basin, we believe more wells will reach this threshold in the next several years. The next criteria, we show a map of wells that are excessively declining. Again, this is the wells in yellow here are wells where we identified a decline rate of at least 3 feet per year for at least 10 years. And again, data on these wells is limited by whether or not we have current measurements. We need to have at least 10 years of measurements in order to evaluate for this criteria. And again, based on decline rates in these wells, we believe more wells are going to cross this threshold in the next several years. And then the third criteria that I talked about is overdrawn. And we've presented this, these slides before, but here we have on the right-hand side a map. During the USGS groundwater study, the USGS divided the basin into 3 water budget regions, a north, a south, and a west. They then divided the basin into an uplands and a lowlands. And so what we're comparing here in this table is the water budget region, and we're comparing lowland recharge with lowland pumpage. So we're on this map, we're inside the yellow boundary when we're looking at the lowlands. And so in the northern water budget region, in those lowlands, we've identified that pumping exceeds recharge by 2,700 feet. So clearly, by definition, that portion of the groundwater reservoir is overdrawn. We also, in this table, list out the authorized use, so what's permitted. And we can see that authorized use exceeds recharge by 96,000 acre feet. So if all authorized use were to be pumped, we'd be out of balance we'd be overdrawn by a substantial quantity. In the southern water budget region, the difference between lowland recharge and pumpage is positive, which means that we're pumping less than recharge. And that's about 26,400 acre feet of water more in recharge than in pumping. And authorized use, if all authorized water rights were to pump at their full values, we would still not be overdrawn. And then in the western region, we have identified that portion of the basin to be about to be overdrawn. That's what the statement is within the groundwater report. And that's based on the fact that recharge exceeds pumping by about 4,500 acre feet. And authorized use would exceed recharge by about 18,000 acre feet. So there is, we're getting close to the threshold where pumping exceeds recharge. And also there is the possibility of that to occur should all water rights be pumped at their full value. And so a couple things about this. When we are looking at pumpage values here, we're looking at the mean of 2017 and 2018 pumpage. So we're not looking at a specific year, we're looking at 2 different years. And when we look at lowland recharge, we're evaluating lowland recharge as the mean for 1982 to 2016. So this is recharge over a long period. We're not looking at any one individual drought year or good water year. We're looking at the long-term average. And so we're trying to compare and get a reasonable assessment of recharge as compared to pumping. So if we go to the next slide, the last thing the groundwater report does is identify corrective controls that the department believes will resolve the problem that led to a designation of a critical area. And the first thing we're proposing is to close the area to further appropriation. We clearly have a problem. We need to not authorize more pumping in this basin. So close the basin to further appropriation. We're proposing to disposition any outstanding applications for a permit. So if there are any outstanding water right applications, we want to disposition those. because of the rulemaking that was done back in 2015, 2016 that restrictively classified the basin, we don't have any current, to my knowledge, we don't have any current new applications for groundwater, and so we shouldn't have to do that, but we wanted to list that as an option should we have any on the books. We're proposing to determine an annual permissible total withdrawal. Permissible total withdrawal is the amount of water that can be extracted from the groundwater reservoir by pumping. And then there is a broad provision that's also authorized in statute, and we're recommending that we have that available as a corrective control. And that's any one or more provisions making such additional requirements as are necessary to protect the public welfare, health, and safety. And so that gives us broad latitude to solve problems we may come across as we've gone through this process. And so that's the contents of the groundwater report. It's a relatively short report and provides these key details for people to review. So then, as I said, we took public comment for a little over a year on it, and I'm going to run through the comments we've received and an assessment of them. So the one comment we heard is that the Harney Basin is not a single groundwater reservoir. And by statutory definition, a groundwater reservoir means a designated body of standing or moving groundwater that have or having exterior boundaries which may be ascertained or reasonably inferred. And when evaluating and determining what we proposed the groundwater reservoir to be, we looked at the groundwater study of the Harney Basin, the report from Gingrich and others in 2022, where it says that groundwater in the Harney Basin occurs within a single groundwater flow system. And so that is one of the key things we looked at when identifying this as one groundwater reservoir. And really what it comes down to from our perspective is that the best available science and information that's been produced by scientists at the USGS and at WRD is that it supports that definition of one groundwater reservoir. If we go to the next slide, another comment we heard is that the department does not have statutory authority to impose a critical groundwater area and reduce groundwater use by regulation for parts of the Harney Basin that do not meet the statutory criteria. So when we look at the statute, the statute specifically states that it adds this "or a part thereof" clause. So the groundwater report is providing substantial evidence that the groundwater reservoir or a part thereof have met the following statutory criteria. And if that groundwater reservoir or a part thereof has met the statutory criteria, we have the authority to designate a critical groundwater area. And as I've shown, as we walk through the groundwater report, we have 3 different criteria that have been met in different portions of that groundwater reservoir. And then there's 3 more comments that I'll just run through here really quickly. We don't have a response to them. They are the groundwater report provides substantial evidence required for the commission to adopt the proposed 512 rules. The report fulfills the requirements for an evidentiary standard by identifying the groundwater reservoir, documenting which statutory criteria are met, and connecting the groundwater levels declines directly to groundwater pumping volumes, documenting the consequences of these declines, and outlining corrective control measures. And these recommendations directly connect the evidence of harm to the policy decisions authorized under the statutes and rules. And then the last comment was that the groundwater report provides the commission with the scientific basis for regulatory action so that officials can hold water in trust for the public in the present and the future. And we wanted to present these comments to you because we received them and they provide you with an understanding of what people saw as they reviewed the groundwater report. So that concludes my presentation on the groundwater report and an assessment of the comments we received related to it. And now I'll turn it back over to Jason to talk about the strategies and tools we're proposing in the rules.
All right, thank you, Tim. So just a quick overview of some of the tools that we're proposing to use in the basin to control the groundwater declines. So the first tool there is the classification, which is the just classification of the type and quantity of water allowed to be used in the basin. And the reason behind that is we want to protect, recharge, control not control, but just protect the amount of water that's recharged into the basin by specifying what uses can be allowed under the classification there. And then the second tool is the critical groundwater area, which Tim will get into again here in a bit. But the reason for that is it actually allows us to reduce current groundwater use. So we can regulate back uses within the basin. And then the third thing there is the serious water management problem area, and where we achieve better accountability in the basin by requiring measurement and reporting for all water right points of appropriation. So any groundwater uses with water rights would require measurement. Next slide, please. So I'll get just briefly into the classification. Right here, you see the boundary of the classification area. It runs up into Grant County, up into the Silvies Valley there, and then all the way south to the lakes and down toward Diamond. So pretty significant classification area there. And what classification does, it limits any new uses to exempt uses and non-consumptive geothermal uses. So what that means is no new groundwater rights issued for anything except non-consumptive geothermal uses. And then, but the classification does not affect folks' ability to transfer water around the basin. Next slide. So that was kind of quick rundown of the classification. We'll get into those other items here as we move forward, but I'll pass it over to Tim to talk about the critical groundwater area.
So as we talk about the critical groundwater area proposed rules today, I want to make it very clear that it's a pretty detailed presentation, and there's going to be a lot of information here. But one of the things I want to make clear is that the intent of these rules is to propose a process by which we reduce water use in the basin. And at no point in this process can we tell you what the priority date will be that we regulate down to. This process is these rules are laying out the process by which we would identify that, not us actually having identified it already. And so until we have this process adopted in rule, we can't get to that final understanding of what the regulatory cut line would be from a priority date standpoint. So I want to start out by talking about, and I'm going to follow the rule structure as we go through the presentation here. And generally definitions and terms come first. I'm going to skip over that section. I'm going to talk about the terms as we come to them in the rule structure so that we're not simply talking about a term out of context. So Rule 41 is basically the framework for the overarching critical groundwater area. And it starts by defining a goal for the critical area. And that goal is to stabilize groundwater levels in 30 years. And we do that using a term definition called a target water level term. And that's the rule term we're using for the goal. And it's measured as zero decline over a 5-year period. So water levels can rise, water levels can fall, but over the long term, over that 5-year period, we want to see them stay stable. And we chose to define a target water level trend instead of reasonably stable for a couple of reasons, and I'll talk about those on the next slide here. So I've got an example hydrograph, and the x-axis begins in 1992 and finishes in 2025, and the y-axis starts in at 4,020 feet above mean sea level and goes up to 4,100 feet. So over the duration of this hydrograph, for this specific well in the Harney Basin, there's a little over 80 feet of decline. And inherent in the definition of reasonably stable water levels, as they're currently defined in rule, is that water levels cannot decline greater than 25 feet. Now, the rules that this commission adopted recently allows for that definition to be modified. within basin program rules. But we have this definition of excessively declined or declined excessively that is no greater than 50 feet of decline. And so what we've done is chosen to set the goal as a target water level trend, because inherent in that definition of reasonably stable, we'd be requiring recovery to at least within 50 feet of highest known, if not 25 feet of highest known, if we're going to achieve reasonably stable, by its definition. Or we would have to substantially modify that definition of reasonably stable to accept those declines. And what we're proposing instead is that we want to stabilize water levels, and we want to use this new term that we're defining called the target water level trend. And that's the crux of that issue. The second thing that we've talked about related to stability is whether or not, or how to evaluate whether our proposal is achieving stability or the target water level trend in modeling. And so in this slide, I want to talk just really briefly about what we have called durable stability versus short-term stability. So in some of our modeling runs, what we've seen is that we can achieve stability for a short-term period. And this green line highlights that. So in this case, this is a model, this is an example of, similar hydrographs we saw in the model where we have declining water levels. We implement a management change in the model, and it results in some short-term recovery and then some short-term stability. But over the duration of the model run, we see pumping effects overwhelm the recovery and stability that was achieved through that management action, and water levels begin declining again. And what we've said is that if we're going to do this and try to stabilize the basin, we want durable stability. We want stability that lasts for the long term. And so when we're evaluating within the model, what we're looking for is stability that doesn't just last for a short period of time, but lasts for the entire duration of that modeled period. And that's that blue line here on this example hydrograph. And so I want to make it really clear that the goal here is to stabilize water levels as defined as a target water level trend, which means no decline over a 5-year period. So we go to the next slide. Again, Rule 41 is outlining framework for this critical groundwater area, and it talks about 2 different reviews that are required to be done. The first one is a review of the rules, and that has to occur every 3 years, and that's required in statute, that this body review the rules every 3 years if it's going to reduce water use within a basin. The second review is a review of conditions. So the conditions that led up to the designation of the critical area, and if those conditions still exist, and that should be done every 10 years. And for each review, what we've proposed in the rules is that the department will present at a public meeting in the basin and accept comment. The department will then summarize that comment and present it here at the Water Commission meeting. And also public comment will be accepted at the Water Resources Commission meeting where we make that presentation. So the commission could hear a summary of comments that the department pulls together based on the meetings in the meeting in the basin, or the commission could hear directly from members of the public who want to come and present to them. And that's the public process we've proposed related to review of the rules and review of conditions. And then there's a couple other items that are outlined in Rule 41. The first one there is deny any new applications for groundwater rights. As we said, we don't want to appropriate any more water. We have a problem. We don't want to increase that problem. Data is also going to be really important for this process. If we are going to implement the proposed adaptive management plan that's in these rules, we need to make sure we have long-term water level records in as many wells as possible. And so what we're proposing there is an explicit authority for the department to measure any well on any valid water right. So the intent there is many of the water levels, as you saw on our map that Jason presented earlier, there's 250 plus water levels that are being submitted because of permit condition requirements. We believe it's unlikely that people who are regulated off will continue to take those permit condition measurements and submit them. And so we'd like the ability to go out there and maintain that water level record. And that's the reason for that proposal. It also allows us to, in places where we think we need more data, to be able to go out and gather that data from wells that are authorized to pump. And then the last thing that this rule does is divide the critical groundwater area into subareas for management. And on the next slide, we've got a map of the 7 subareas we've proposed, and that's in the rule packet there. As we look at the map that was drawn, I'd remind this body that over the 15 RAC meetings, that staff considered a wide variety of information and discussed this with that RAC body. And the key scientific considerations that were reviewed by staff are water level trends. So what wells were responding similarly. We looked at hydraulic gradient. So what's the flow of groundwater? We looked at the subsurface materials. So what are the rocks? Are they similar in each area or not? We looked at NDVI data. So basically how green is the landscape? And that gave us an understanding of surface water travel. And that was at the explicit request of the RAC. And then we looked at some of those more administrative considerations, if you will. So we heard from the RAC that more boundaries will lead to more conflict. So we stepped back from our 15 subarea approach and proposed this 7 subarea approach. And then we also heard, we also understand that, more complexity or more subarea boundaries, increases that complexity. And the more complexity there is, the harder it is for people to understand, and the harder it is, honestly, for department staff to manage. And so another reason why we backed away from the 15 subarea approach. So I just want to reassure this body that anywhere there's a subarea boundary delineated, that staff have considered those in depth and considered all of those items I just listed as they have worked to ensure that these boundaries are scientifically defensible and make sense for groundwater management. So as we go to the next slide, we're now moving on to Rule 50. And Rule 50 is where we establish the permissible total withdrawal. And so here I have the definition of permissible total withdrawal listed out. And in rule, we define it as the annual volume of groundwater the department has determined can achieve the target groundwater level trend by 2058 when following the schedule of reductions defined in Rule 70. So essentially what we're saying is PTW is the amount of pumping that can occur that will achieve our goal on the timeline we've specified for management. It's presented in acre feet and it's presented by subarea in the rules. And it was informed by the Harney Basin groundwater model and the optimization software that staff used to identify those permissible total withdrawals for each subarea. So I think it's really important that we talk about the groundwater model and how it informed PTWs. And so as a reminder, the Harney Basin groundwater model released in, get my timeline right, 2023. And it's a 3-dimensional numerical model. It's based on all of that science and information that was gathered during the groundwater study. And it characterizes both natural processes in the form of streams and springs and evapotranspiration, and also in human uses, so wells. It covers a really large area, 11,000 plus square miles, and it was calibrated using hydrologic conditions from 1930 to 2018. So a massive quantity of information went into this, the building of this model. And so we believe it's the best science available for understanding the groundwater system. So we first attempted to use it by manually testing scenarios one at a time. So to do that, basically, we'd have proposals for how to adjust pumping, how to manage pumping within that model over time. We'd then run the model, look at the results, and see, did this achieve our goals or not? That is a very time-intensive process. You have to review the results every time. You have to then make changes, program it into the model, and then run it again. So our second approach was to automate this process. And that's where we designed this software that we've been calling the optimization software. And what that's allowed us to do is to essentially define what the end result should be, and then have the software run the model iteratively in an automated fashion to get the right answer and the right pumping volumes to achieve the goal. And so instead of having to do a lot of iteration on the front end, instead what we're saying is, here's what we believe the goals should be, and now tell us what the right amount of pumping is. And that's how we went about informing those PTW values. And the last thing I want to talk about in relation to this is then the parameters that we used in that optimization software to automate coming up with those PTW values. So there were 5 key parameters that we chose to use, and we evaluated 8 total, and 3 of them we didn't use. So the first 5 in this table are the ones that we used within the optimization software. So the spatial extent is what those sub-area boundaries are. That sub-area map we just looked at. The second parameter we looked at was the stability success metric. So essentially, what is the goal and how do we measure that goal? And what we define success as, or stable water levels as, is a durable, meaning it maintains through the entire model run, median of well cells. So that means that half the wells have to be stable or recovering in order for success to be considered having achieved. And we also defined that in Weaver Springs, because of its unique geology as well as its severe magnitudes of decline and rates of decline, that we fixed the permissible total withdrawal in Weaver Springs at 75%. So when we talk about stability, as we modeled it out, what we wanted was a median of well cells. So anywhere there's a well, a median of well cells to be stable over the duration of the model once we achieved stability. The third parameter we looked at there was the timeline to achieve the goal. So we said, we want stable water levels in 30 years. The frequency of adaptation is how frequently do we check in and make additional curtailments. And we set that at every 6 years. And then the last parameter that we defined here was the timeline for reductions. And what we said is over a 24-year period is what we'll use for implementing reductions. And for Weaver Springs, we're going to have 75% of its total reduction in the first year and 25% at the next check-in. And for all the other sub areas, we implemented a 40% in year 1, 30% 6 years later, 15% after that, and then 10 and 5 as we got to that 24-year management period. So those were the parameters we chose. And as we did this modeling, we also did a lot of sensitivity analysis of these parameters. So we tested out how does manipulating an individual parameter affect the overall outcome of PTW, and use that to help inform what our final choices were for these values. The last 3 parameters that are on this list are discharge to streams and springs, natural ET, and dry domestic wells. And we chose not to use those to constrain PTW. So we never specified a goal for what should happen related to any of those in our final PTW approach. And what we chose instead to do was attempt to limit impact to those by front loading that curtailment. And that's where you see that 75% curtailment in Weaver Springs in year 0 or year 1, and that 40% curtailment in year 1 for the other sub areas. So by front loading curtailment, we get to higher final water levels and reduce impacts on those 3 other parameters that we opted not to limit by. So that's how we use the model to inform that PTW. And I wanted to make sure that we talk through that really clearly. And if we go to the next slide, this is the actual values that are listed here in Rule 50 for each subarea's PTW. And so that third column there, WRD proposed PTW in 1,000 acre feet, that is the value that's written in Rule. The first column there is the estimated 2018 pumpage. And then the last column is the difference between that. And so overall, we're proposing from 2018 pumping about a 35% basin-wide reduction is what we see. And remember that these values are what were necessary to achieve stability in every sub-area. And that's how we evaluated is that every sub-area had to become stable. So moving on to Rule 60, we then have to establish how do we get from where we are today to where we need to be, that permissible total withdrawal to achieve stable water levels. So we are outlining an initial allotment process, and this is the process by which we're going to establish that what the current use is, so that we can have a value from which to reduce use. So the intent of this allotment process is to provide the maximum or to provide water to the maximum number of beneficially used rights possible. So we believe that we don't want to reward people for having speculated and not used their water right. Instead, what we want is for those people that have been using water beneficially, who have been investing in the infrastructure, have been operating a business, we want to ensure that as many of those people get water as possible. And so that's the intent of this. The allotment process, when we get past the rules, will result in an order that reduces the quantity of water allowed to be pumped under each right. So essentially, this process lays out how we would go about reducing use for each right through an order. And as I said, it's laid out here in Rule 60. There's 3 different types or categories of rights that we're going to talk about because we propose 3 different ways of handling these different categories of rights. The first one is irrigation rights. And what we're proposing is to use a duty of 2.5 acre-feet per acre for primary and supplemental groundwater rights. So most, I think all but 4 water rights in the basin, so 600 and close to 670-ish water rights, have a duty of 3 acre-feet per acre. And we're proposing reducing that to 2.5 acre-feet. This incentivizes conservation as well as attempts to make more water available to more users. The second piece is we're proposing to consider the historic beneficial use in the 5-year period from 2020 to 2024 when identifying the number of acres that will be allotted water. So I have an example here of what that would look like. So in this example, you've got a square field, that's the place of use. In the center of it, we've got a very clear green circle, a pivot. And what we're proposing is that we don't want to allot water to this water right for those brown corners where they haven't been historically irrigating. So if over the, looking at the records from 2020 to 2024, we identify that only that green circle was irrigated during that time, instead of allotting water based on 160 acres, we allot it based on that irrigated extent, which is 125 acres. We take that 125 acres, we multiply it by our proposed duty of 2.5 acre-feet, and you'd get to a quantity of water that would be allotted to this water right. Now, they could use that water on their whole POU. It's up to them to determine how to use that water, but they can't irrigate with any more than 312.5 acre-feet per year on that place of use. That's the proposal here. And so by doing that, we're really focusing on giving people the water that they've been using and allotting it that way. The second category of right is municipal and quasi-municipal rights. And so what we're proposing here is to allot 110% of the greatest single year quantity that was reported to the department in the 5-year period from 2020 to 2024. So again, we want to look at that historic use. What has the municipality or quasi-municipality been using? Here I've got a figure. This is the city of Burns's use. I think it's rounded to the nearest 10 or nearest 5. And as you can see in this case, 2020 is the greatest single year's use during that time. And so under this proposal, we would take 1,250 acre-feet, which is what they pumped in 2020, plus a 10% value to give them 1,375 acre-feet for any 1 year. We also built in that we would reevaluate at each adaptive management checkpoint and adjust their allotment by up to 110% at each checkpoint. So this limits the municipality to a 10% growth in water use every 6 years over that time. But it also allows us to ensure that we can allot as much water as possible to other uses outside of the municipality. And we're really trying to use that data, you know, what have those municipalities been historically using, and then give them some buffer for growth, and then allow them to grow over time as well. And then the last category of rights is basically all other rights. So everything else. And this includes, you can think of things like commercial or industrial manufacturing or wildlife or for storage, things like that. And there's about 40 of those rights in the basin. And again, what we want to do is we want to allot water based on what historic beneficial use there has been. And so to do that, we lay out essentially a process by which we'll consider and identify that historic use. And so the considerations we've specifically listed out are the limits of the groundwater right. So obviously we're not going to allot them more water than what they're allocated in their groundwater right. We want to again look at that historic beneficial use in the 5-year period from 2020 to 2024. We don't define how we'll do that. That could be flow meter records. It could be other methods that we haven't identified yet, or that the user could propose. We want to look at whether or not water is physically capable of being pumped and put to beneficial use. So do they actually have water use infrastructure? If they don't have a pump in their well and haven't, should we allot them water? And then we give ourselves some broad latitude in this factors deemed appropriate by the department to determine historical beneficial use, so that we are able to look at all the potential data that someone could provide us with to say, you know, this is what we've been historically using, please allot us this amount of water. So that's the allotment process. That's getting to current use. And now we want to talk about the schedule for reductions. So how do we get from current use to the PTW? And what does that timeline look like? So essentially, the simple equation is initial allotment, which is current use, minus the PTW, gives you the volume of water that has to be reduced by subarea. In this rule, we make it very clear that junior rights will be curtailed first. We make it clear that reductions won't be enforced until after the contested case is complete. So we have to get through the full process before we can enforce any regulation. And then we also state that if enforcement does not occur as scheduled in the rule timeline, that when we are able to enforce on the regulatory orders, that all reductions scheduled, including any adjustments up to that time, will be enforced. So if, for say, we're tied up in litigation for a long period of time and unable to enforce on these regulations until that litigation is done, whatever year we get to, we'll look at what should have been implemented up to that point, plus any adjustments that should have been made in the adaptive management plan, and we'll enforce that. So basically get us on track as quickly as we can. So that's those are the key items we wanted to make clear in the rules to give users some certainty about how we were going to handle this process. And now on the next slide, I want to try to illustrate what the schedule for reductions looks like in the form of this figure. So on the y-axis here, we've got 1,000 acre feet per year. That's the volume. And this figure is purely illustrative. It's to try to help understand the concept. And then each bar is a different year starting in 2028, which is our proposed start time. And the full height of the bar is the initial allotment. That's what we allot in that process under Rule 60. And the orange portion of that is the volume that will be reduced at each checkpoint. So in 2028, the orange bar is 40% of the total reduction that will have to be implemented. So on the far right there, you've got bar 2052, which shows the full reduction. So of the total reduction that has to be done in order to get from the initial allotment to the PTW, we would implement 40% of that in 2028. We'd then add on 30% in 2034. So now you're at a 70% of the total reduction. In 2040, we add on another 15%, and now we're at 85% of the total reduction. And then in 2046, we add 10, and 2052, we add 5 and get to that total volume of reduction. And so that's how the scheduling will be laid out. And then if we go to the next slide, we'll talk about how we could adjust that. So we heard loud and clear from the community is they wanted the department to consider adaptive management and to build in a plan for adaptive management so that we could look at actual outcomes and make management decisions based on actual outcomes. And so the first thing we lay out in this adaptive management plan is a checkpoint before we start. So in 2027, we're proposing that we evaluate water level trends and we look at two criteria. First, are water levels at or above 2022 levels? And has the target water level trend been achieved? So have we stabilized? There was concern that as soon as we regulate off a user, that user is going to go out of business. And even if we were to turn their right back on or allow them to continue using, they'd already be out of business and it wouldn't be beneficial. So before we implement any reductions, we want to make sure that we haven't already achieved the goal. And that's what this checkpoint does, is look at it and say, have we already achieved the goal? And we use 2022 water levels because that seemed like a water level that we would all be very excited to have achieved within a sub area. And so this offers users the opportunity to voluntarily, by 2027, stabilize water levels and try to achieve that goal. Otherwise, if none of those criteria are met, we'll then implement the reductions as scheduled. And so in 2028, we begin reductions, and then we've laid out checkpoints in 2033, 2039, 2045, and 2051. And these checkpoints are all 1 year ahead of when the next round of reductions will go into effect, because we need time in order to evaluate water level trends, make adjustments, announce adjustments, and allow the users to be able to plan for the next year of primarily irrigation, right? And whether or not they make investments in seed or equipment, whatever the case may be, right? Will they get to continue operating and using water next year or not? So in those checkpoints, we're going to evaluate the median water level for each sub area, and we're going to compare it to the modeled trajectory. And I want to make it really clear that what we are evaluating at that point in time is the actual water level trends. What has actually happened? What's the actual measured change? And the modeled trajectory is the path to success that we have said we're willing to accept. And so we're going to compare actual measurements against our path to success and determine whether or not we're on track. And so if water levels are on track, right, we're following that trajectory as we expected, then we're not going to make any adjustments to the schedule. What we're doing is working. It's getting us to success. So don't make any changes. If water levels are higher than expected, then we want to implement fewer reductions. And what we proposed is, depending on how far above what we expected, how much higher those water levels are than we're expected, we may reduce reductions by as much as half or completely. So we could implement no additional reductions in that next checkpoint. And then if water levels are lower than expected, we need to implement accelerated reductions. We need to increase the volume that we reduce in that next checkpoint. And there we could increase reductions by 1.5 times or up to double. So we have both ends of the spectrum there. And then we lay out a public process by which we'll meet in the basin to announce the changes, and we'll accept public comment on that as well. And you'll notice that the adaptive management checkpoints are 6 years. We have this 3-year review of the rules. We intended that so that all of this would line up. We would be presenting to the commission on a review of the rules, as well as a review of our adaptive management checkpoint and the proposed changes. So that the commission is apprised of what's going on in the basin as we actively manage this over the next 30 years. So then the last step here is we want to evaluate success, right? So we've managed actively for 30 years using this adaptive management plan. And so we state that no sooner than 2058, we'll evaluate water level trends and test if the target water level trend has been achieved. We don't want to test any sooner than that because we're concerned about that durable stability. We don't want to say we've succeeded and then have water levels decline again. And so by allowing 30 years, we believe that's a long enough period of time for our management actions to take effect and for stability to be achieved. And then depending on those results, of that test, there's additional actions that are laid out to be taken. So if we're not successful in achieving the goal and pumping is still greater than PTW, that means there's additional reductions that could be implemented. And so we should implement those, and we give ourselves latitude to do that. If we haven't achieved the goal and pumping equals the PTW, so we've curtailed down to the PTW and we still haven't achieved the goal, then we're going to have to do rulemaking to adjust the PTW, just like we were doing in this process. And then if we are successful and pumping is greater than the PTW, so our PTWs are too strict, we were able to achieve the goal and people are able to pump more, then we should do rulemaking to adjust the PTW up to what the current pumping values are, because that's the value that has achieved our goal. And so we'd want to give users certainty that they're not going to be reduced any further than that. And so that is a detailed review of what we've proposed in the critical groundwater area rules. And now I'll hand it back over to Jason to talk about the serious water management problem area piece.
All right, thanks. So again, as I mentioned earlier in the presentation, one of the tools that we are proposing to implement is the serious water management problem area, which we refer to as a SWAMPA. And on this slide here, you'll see a very similar to the classification boundary, the boundary of the SWAMPA, which is, it coincides with the classification boundary there in the basin. Next slide. And so what the serious water management problem area proposed rules do is they set a date of March 2028 by which all the groundwater right holders in the basin, well operators, install and maintain a totalizing flow meter on each well listed as a point of appropriation. So every water right with a well would need to have a measurement device or totalizing flow meter. Those flow meters need to be installed according to the specifications from the manufacturer and be maintained in good working order. And also, as Tim mentioned earlier, be accessible by the department in case we need to do a check of the measurement and make sure that the device is operating correctly. If for some reason someone fails to install, that can result in a shutoff and assessment of civil penalties if they continue to pump and no longer decide not to install the measuring device. And right now, we have cost share available for those measuring devices, and it may be available in the future. We have been encouraging folks to take advantage of that program if they need measuring devices in the basin. The reporting requirement, so the data has to be, according to the rules, recorded monthly, and then all of that data compiled and reported to the department annually by the end of the calendar year. In a case where a flow meter is no longer working, it breaks, a non-functioning meter needs to be reported to the department within 48 for logging the use, like power meter readings, things like that. So the water can be used for continue to be used for 60 days as folks are able to get a new meter or get the meter repaired. So that monthly measurement is still required, but we would look at power meter readings or other options for folks in that 60-day period. And then once the meter is repaired, that needs to be reported to the department within 48 hours. So we know that folks are good to go on that. So that is the requirements of the SWAMPA in the basin. So they're in the proposed rules. So now I'll pass it over to Kelly and he'll talk about the public comments.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so from here on out, we're going to be talking about public comment. First, I'll just talk about like statistics of how many comments we received, and then we'll get into the themes of the comments and what we're hearing underneath those themes. So first up, as at the top of the meeting, just a reminder, we had a public comment period starting from June 1 to August 13th. Thanks to Commissioner Mall for being a public hearing officer during our August 4th and 5th or August 5th meeting. So thank you so much. we had 6 informational sessions during that time, and then that we presented this presentation, and then had 9 public hearings as well. So we believe that there was a robust public comment period to provide ample time for commenters to comment orally. In terms of how many comments we received 106 written comments. There's some nuance to that. So we had letters with multiple signatories. I just counted that as one commenter, but there are multiple commenters making that approach. And when you break up that 106 written comments, we have 600 plus individual comments. And a majority of those comments, I would say, came from local Harney County members. There were some people from out of the county, but most of them came from local members. And we've also received 38 oral comments as well. So let's get into the themes, but I kind of want to nuance this conversation. So what we did was we found themes, and then we added general comments on those themes that captured the broad swath of what we've heard in those themes. This doesn't capture the nuance of each individual commenter, and it doesn't necessarily capture an individual commenter, right? So we tried to demonstrate to you what the broad amount of comments are showing underneath that theme. And in December, we'll come back and we'll have those responses to comments and how we've changed it. But right now, we're just demonstrating, hey, this is what we've heard, okay? On the screen here, these blue boxes, these are kind of the themes of the comments, and we're just gonna walk through those right now. So starting with the target water level trend, right? And I should also note that you'll probably see a pattern here. You'll see that there is pretty much a split. We have support for what we're doing and concerns for what we're doing down the middle. So starting off top here, we have support for stabilizing water levels in 30 years and using the definition that Tim talked about, the target water level trend. We had commenters saying, well, we shouldn't just go for no decline, we should go for recovery. And then again, we had commenters saying 0 decline is too strict and we should allow for some declines to happen at the end of that 30 years. And then we had commenters saying that we are holding Harney Basin to a stricter definition of a target water level trend and advocating for us to use the reasonably stable definition that Tim talked about under the Division 8 rules. In terms of boundaries of subareas, right? So we had varied opinions on how many number of subareas we should have. We had support for 7. We had some commenters saying we need to go back to the 15, and we had more other commenters saying that we need more 15 or less. Kind of the broad range there. Comments focused on curtailment should be on areas of most severe decline. So Dog Mountain, Weaver Springs, Northeast Crane. That's where the containment should be. And also commenters making saying that some of the areas within the critical ground area do not meet criteria and should be excluded from designation. That was mainly Silver Creek subarea, Sibley subarea, Lower Blitzen, and Upper Blitzen were kind of the general what we've heard there. And then we had commenters say that each should be its own critical groundwater area and have its own management plan. And then we also had specific adjustments to boundary lines. So that's if someone's POU was cut in half by a boundary line and making suggestions that you should move me into this sub-area. That's the kind of comments we got in that aspect. In terms of principal toll withdrawal, so we had commenters talking about that PTW should be set to current use for areas that do not meet the designation criteria that Tim talked about. We had varied opinions on the PTW values. So too strict, not strict enough, that kind of range of comments. And then we also had suggestions to adjust PT values for each of the 7 sub areas as well, right? So you should adjust this, you should move this down, that kind of thing. And hopefully I'm showing kind of the pattern, right? It is we got the whole range of comments here. Municipal use, all right? So the first comments, rural imposes disproportionately severe restrictions. Municipal use is small compared to agricultural use. So saying that the municipal use is 2% of the total groundwater use, and us restricting them to 10% growth a year is disproportionate to other groundwater use. Municipal water rights have a unique legal status and shouldn't be excluded. So they should be exempt altogether, municipal use. And rules should allow for emergency uses. So in rules, we should identify that in case of fires or there is a water main burst or something like that, either they're not punished for the water main burst because they went over their 10%, and they have flexibility to address those fires as well. And then lastly, rules do not leave enough room for growth and use and incentivize conservation. So when we go and do those adaptive management checkpoints and look at the last 5 years, say if they've done conservation methods before that, then the use is going to reflect that conservation method and likely they'll get less water than they did previously. So that's what they're saying there. And then the growth is 10% is probably too little for growth. And so in terms of tribal rights, so the Burns Paiute tribal groundwater rights should be exempted from rules. Burns Paiute tribe was not properly consulted with, and OW should form a co-stewardship with the Burns Paiute tribe. Just a note here, we extended the public comment period to August 13th to allow for the consultation. So we started the formal government to government consultation process with the Burns Paiute tribe on August 12th. We have their comments in the record. We are considering them and we'll make adjustments when needed. So just a note there on tribal rights.
Hey, Kelly, can I just add one thing there? So I wanted to clarify, we didn't actually start the process on August 12th, right? So we reached out before we started the rulemaking, but we got the request for consultation late in and had to extend into August. So I just want to make that clear.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, and then we had comments on implementation here. So these are around the adaptive management, the duty limits, what sub-areas should be targeted and whatnot. So curtailment should focus only on those sub-areas that meet decline excessively and excessively declining. Our adaptive management plan should include springs, streams, GDs, and domestic wells at the check, not just static water levels. Our 2028 adaptive management checkpoint, what Tim just talked about that we do in 2027, should be removed. We had very opinions on a duty limitation. Some commenters support using 2.5. Others say they should get their full duty, and others say you can do less with 2.5. And then rules should allow for curtailments to be reversed. So that's more along our adaptive management checkpoints. So if we are higher than expected, then we should give water back and turn back on, essentially my words, water rights there. And then suggestions and range for years of initial allotment analysis. So Tim was telling you that from 2020 to 2024, we'll look at the initial allotment there. We had suggestions from, we should do 10 years, we should do shorter, that sort of thing. And in terms of reduction schedule, so we had very opinions on the length proposed schedule. So it's 30 years. Some Congress say that's way too long, and then that's long, not yet others say that's not long enough. And then there was also support there. And then rules should phase in curtailment in smaller quantities at the start. That 40%, there were a lot of Congress concerned that it's a really steep cut right off the bat, and then we should reduce that front loading. Not necessarily for Weaver Springs, but for the other sub areas, the reduction of that 40%. And then we had others who say that 40% is not enough, that the groundwater declines have gone down over years, and then we should do more front loading. Water use and measurement reporting. We had general support for requiring measurement and reporting for groundwater use. We had commenters say that in our rules that if your well is regulated off, then you do not need to report. We had commenters suggest that they should still be reporting even though the wells are regulated off. And then we also had comments around extension of that requirement in 2028 in case of hardship. So writing some rules in there to give flexibility to those who somehow something happens and they can't get a flow meter. Technical concerns, right? The Harney Basin is not one groundwater reservoir. We have support for the groundwater study and how the data was collected. And then we had those who said that the data used is outdated and incorrect, specifically around the model. Impacts to springs and streams should be explored more and collect relevant data. Other factors affecting groundwater levels have not been considered. So those comments around, we're just focusing on groundwater levels. We haven't considered the droughts. We haven't considered uplands having junipers taking water and those kind of things. So other considerations we just did not consider as what those comments are saying. And then we had those who said we have data, but we need more data to really make better management decisions. And then we also had commenters provide anecdotal evidence in support or opposition of the rules. Stuff like my well's been going up for the last 3 years, or my well's completely dry, that kind of thing. Yeah. Impacts. So when we talked about the impacts here, we're talking about economic impacts, domestic well impacts, and impacts to the environment. So we had commenters saying that OWD has not minimized the economic impacts enough. And then there should be compensation for economic loss. We have support for stabilizing groundwater levels to stop more dry wells. And yet other commenters say that domestic wells are not adequately protected in the rule. We have support for stabilizing ground levels to protect the environment, but we have others saying that they do not sufficiently protect the environment, right? So, and then other commenters are saying that we have not explored the impacts of fallowed land in soil degradation. So if we turn off a water right, that field's going to be allowed to go fallow. There's going to be soil degradation, and there's going to be impacts to the environment there as well. Along the rulemaking process, so this is particularly the process and the physical impact statement, right? So the physical impact analysis is not sufficient. Economic impact analysis should consider the beneficial impacts to future generations. So those commenters were saying that our impacts were really focused more of in a negative light and saying that this is what's going to happen, but not making the argument that this also is going to be beneficial for future generations down the road. Content of the proposed rules reflects the conversation with the community over a decade. We had commenters complimenting us on rulemaking was grounded in a peer-reviewed science and transparent multi-year process. And then commenters talking about how OWD has not answered all the questions asked during the RAC process, and that we did not properly engage with local governments and the Burns Paiute tribe, and concerns about outside influence on the RAC as well. Voluntary actions, right? So we had multiple commenters saying that we should prioritize voluntary approaches over regulatory approaches, allow the community to achieve sustainability on their terms through voluntary actions. And we've had also commenters complimenting the department that has showed commitment to collaboration through place-based planning and groundwater study advisory committee. So those were the kind of themes. And so next steps here. Again, I hope you see that it really was down the middle and we got a broad range of things. And so next steps for us is we have organized these comments into those themes. There'll be probably more iterations on that. And then we will now be responding to those comments and then making adjustments to the rules. So when we come back to you in December, this is going to happen August through November, we'll have our staff report, we'll have a document responding to the comments and noting if any rules have been changed. And we'll bring you that staff report in December. We'll come and ask for adoption. So that is all we have for you. I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that report. Very well done. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Still processing? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mall?
One, two. Echo that, was complex. Make some reference later in my commissioner comments about what I see as the value of commissioners participating in the public hearings. That was a very couple of days for me, and thanks to all the folks here who are part of welcoming Woody and me to the area back in early August. Questions, I just want to get some clarity on all of the moving parts. The durable stability question, it sounds like you need the commission in this rulemaking to define that explicit authority that would give staff the ability to go in and monitor a well that someone had chosen to stop monitoring because they were regulated off. Did I hear that correctly? We don't currently have that authority, and you need that authority as a part of this rulemaking.
Thank you, Commissioner Moll, for that question. We have authority to access property. However, there are some steps to get there. If we are always go to the landowner first, ask permission. If there's a reason that they choose not to give us permission, we can go through an administrative warrant process. We prefer not to do that just for a well measurement check. So yeah, we would like the commission to grant us the authority to go out and actually do a check of the well static level or the measuring device.
Thank you. If I'm trying to understand the contested case process and the delay. So if things aren't supposed to start until 2028, I assume that the contested case process is starting prior to that. So ideally, contested cases could all be, ideal world, complete without any lawsuits prior to that 2028 start date, correct?
That is correct, yes.
But then if they're not, if we're dragged on and we're not going to start anybody's until all the contested cases would be complete, and let's say we get to 2032 and we can start then, or no, 2028, and 6 years later is 2034. We get to 2035. Contested cases go all the way to 2035. We will then be cumulatively taking the reductions in the first 6 years and adding the reductions for the next year. So it's catch up. So that's a warning that, hey, there's risk in delaying this legally, because collectively we would have to have even more accelerated curtailment if we started later. I get that right?
Commissioner Moll, members of the commission, yes, that's correct. The way we've designed the rules at this point is once we hit 2028, if we are not completed with the contested case, we move through the contested case. We obviously cannot start implementing reductions prior to the end of the contested case. So when the contested case is over, we would implement all the reductions up to that date that the contested case is over, and implement all those at once.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. Is this okay? We are right on time.
Clarification.
Yeah, I got a lot of questions.
Director Gall.
Vice Chair Smith and members of the commission, obviously this is a very important topic. Don't feel rushed. We've got some extra time in the agenda. We've got a break coming up after this. We can end up taking a break and coming back and revisit this. This is a public, transparent forum for you guys to have the discussion among yourselves, to ask questions of staff, and to get the answers you need. Decision-making process. So thank you.
That was helpful, Ivan. Thanks. I found another question. This is getting back into the technical aspects of the model and the assessment that you all did, which I appreciate the walkthrough. Do you remember, or do you have quick access to the sensitivity analyses of those? Did you do them on all 8? But what I'm curious about is what kind of range and sensitivity was there for the top 5? Were they all relatively similar? Did 1 or 2 stand out, for example? And so, that's pretty deep in the weeds, and if we can't answer it today, I do think that would be helpful for us to think about what adaptation may be appropriate on 1 or more of those 5 characteristics.
Vice Chair Smitherman, Commissioner Moll, you're asking me to dig deep. And I appreciate that.
I ask that a lot. I'm sorry.
I will say that, I'll just run through them. So spatial extent, the sub-area boundaries. We had identified more sub-areas, results in a higher PTW, so less curtailment. The more specific we're able to be in our curtailment, targeting reductions at those deep cones of depression, the less curtailment we have to implement overall. As I remember it, it was somewhere in the order of 5 to 7% difference between the having only one sub-area and having 15 sub-areas. So that's about the basin-wide change is 5 to 7%. In the stability success metric, that one made a huge difference. So if we required more rigorous or a more strict metric than the median, and we looked at median or 80th percentile. So in 80th percentile, 8 out of 10 wells must be stable or recovering. That had a very significant effect on the final PTW. When we looked at timeline to achieve the goal, so 30 years, the shorter the timeline, so the sooner we need to achieve stability, the more curtailment that has to be implemented. The longer the timeline, the less curtailment that has to be implemented. I can't give you any sort of range on that.
Okay.
Frequency of adaptation, we tested 3, 6, and 9 years. So having that curtailment check-in happen on those 3 different schedules. And we found there was almost no difference between the 3. So we opted for 6 because that more closely matches with the life cycle of the primary crop in the basin being alfalfa. And then the timeline for reductions. So the shorter the timeline for reductions, so how quickly you implement them has an effect on PTW. The longer it takes to implement them, it has an effect on PTW. So if you take longer to implement reductions, you have to have a more strict curtailment than if you implement your reductions more quickly. Again, I want to say it was in the 5-ish% range. We did not test out really long durations, like 60+ years. We really believe that we need to achieve these reductions within that 30-year goal. And to do that and get stability, we needed to reduce use over that 24-year period. And the last thing I'll say is, as you adjust any of these, you potentially manipulate what your final water level will be in each sub area. So the longer we take to achieve the goal, the lower the final water level. The longer we take to implement reductions, the lower the final water level. And so that has downstream impacts on discharge streams and springs, groundwater depleted ecosystems, dry domestic wells, etc. So does that answer your question?
It helps. That all helps.
And we could, if you have more detailed question there and you'd like more detailed response, we can provide that in a written form as well.
Yeah, I asked about sensitivity coming from a wildlife population modeling standpoint. You think of it as if we're wrong on any of these variables, and let's say we're wrong at the same 10% level, what's the one that's going to really affect us the most? What's the one that's most sensitive? So it's valuable. It's a valuable way to think of it, and that's all helpful.
So I would say in response to that, the most impactful thing will be recharge, future recharge. And that is not something we can predict or know. And so that's where that adaptive management piece comes into effect. And that if we have years of good recharge above average, which is what we used for modeling forward, we used the essentially 1980 to 2018 average recharge for future projections. If we have higher recharge than that, we will likely end up with higher final water levels, and we'll be able to scale back reductions with that adaptive management plan. If we have less recharge than average, we'll likely have lower final water levels and need to increase the speed at which we get to that PTW value to stabilize water levels. And so that's how we're trying to mitigate against the uncertainty, is through that adaptive management plan.
I'll keep going. Oh, good. I've got others, but if others now are
Break it.
feeling more comfortable asking questions,
For your big joke.
I got lots more, but.
Let's move it around.
Want me to take a break?
Commissioner Lee, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you. I have 3 questions. First of all, do you anticipate contested case hearings to occur by sub-area or some other means?
Commissioner Lee, members of the commission, thank you for that question. I believe we expect all the contested cases in the entire proposed critical area at
Wonderful.
once, not by sub-area.
And then in regard to prior appropriation doctrine, are you looking at doing that by sub-area or by the total reservoir?
Yes, what we're planning on is by sub-area. We would do regulate by prior appropriation per sub-area, and we would allot water by sub-area as well.
Mhm. And then you'll make adjustments where anyone was parted by the boundary line, et cetera.
That is the plan, we are planning to, try to make adjustments where necessary to make sure that we can, as equitably as possible, regulate within sub-area boundaries. Right now, we do see a couple of properties that do have been split by boundary lines, and we are considering adjusting those lines based on that.
And then in regard to the tribal rights, about how much water are we talking about?
The tribes have 3 groundwater rights, a total of, they have 2 irrigation rights for about 120-ish acres. And then they have a quasi municipal right too, that is for, if I recall correctly, about 0.7 CFS. And so the tribal rights are not a large amount of water. There are a couple of cubic feet per second.
Mhm.
Uh,
So it might be reasonable to exempt those as a result.
Yeah, that is something that we have been asked by the tribe to do, and we are considering doing. Yeah.
Okay. That's all of my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Any other commissioners? Commissioner Newman?
I just wanted to, thank you. I just wanted to go back to when you finish the contested case, I'm looking at sub-rule 80, so the adaptive management portion. You said we'll look at, we're going to do a checkpoint review before we get started on the reductions. And I didn't quite grasp how you chose 2022 to 2027 as when you said something about 2022 would be ecstatic to get to 2020. I mean, I just would like more explanation of that.
Vice Chair Smitherman, Commissioner Newman, 2022 was let's call it a stretch goal. It's something that could reasonably be attained with enough reduction, but also trying not to cheapen and fail to recognize the declines that have occurred. This basin has seen substantial declines, and with that have come substantial impacts on well owners throughout the basin. And we believe it is going to be necessary to reduce use in order to stabilize the basin and solve this problem. That said, in some sub areas, this was an opportunity to provide an option for users to get together to change behavior now and potentially avoid curtailment in the future. And so 2022 seemed essentially, like I said, it's a stretch goal. It's something that could be achieved, and would be a huge win for the basin if we were to stabilize at that level. So.
Great, thank you. One last question. The other question I have relates to the 3 factors you said you didn't use it in optimizing the model, the discharge to springs and streams, groundwater dependent ecosystems, and dry domestic wells. And your comment was, we're going to deal with those by the front, we hope, by the front loading of some of the reductions. Were there also, like data lacks that made it, well, the domestic well is kind of a separate issue maybe. But as far as the GDEs and the seeps and springs, is there a lack of data such that you could model some of that?
Yeah, so the challenge has been with uncertainty, specifically related to that discharge to streams and springs and the GDEs in the form of natural evapotranspiration. We have the groundwater, or the Harney Basin groundwater model report specifically shows in one of the figures where we had good measurement for groundwater discharge to streams and springs, and where we didn't have, high quality measurements. And in some portions of the basin where there are large spring complexes, specifically the Warm Springs Valley area, Double O Springs is a well-known name of a spring down there. We don't have good long-term measurement. And so we're concerned about using that specific metric in a place like that to constrain PTW. And so in the absence of that good high quality measurements and data, what we're opting to do instead is to fall back on our conceptual understanding of how these systems work. And the higher the final water level you stabilize at, the more discharge to streams and springs there will be. And so that's the thought process behind not using that and instead opting for front loading of curtailment and stabilizing at a higher final water level.
Thank you.
I have a question now. You talked about every 3 years you're going to evaluate, review the rules, and then every 10 years review the conditions. How is the 10-year review of conditions different from the 6-year incremental review?
Chair Smitherman, that's a great question. I guess I would see that the key difference there is every 10 years, we're going to look at it from a specific statutory authority and criteria standpoint, right? So the criteria that we listed in the groundwater report, here are the things that have occurred that led to the designation of this critical groundwater area. We're going to evaluate conditions against that. When we're looking at the adaptive management checkpoints, we're comparing water level trends against the modeled trajectory for success and making it and we can solve the problem of Hopefully I've stated.
Hey. All right, thank you, everybody. Looks like we got everything up and running again. Back to the questions and comments from commissioners. My question was related to the municipalities and what the trend or the typical rate of growth has been in that area. Is it 10%? Has it been lower than 10? Is it more than 10?
Vice Chair,
How did you come to that 10% growth?
Vice Chair Smitherman, we chose the 10% based on that reported use from those municipalities over that 5-year period. So we looked at what reported use had been, and on that figure that we displayed, over the course of that 5-year period, use was actually going down during a period of drought. So severe drought in 2020, 2021, 2022, and we saw use go from 1,200-ish acre feet down to 1,100-ish acre feet over that period. And so we felt that it was reasonable to give them that volume plus 10% because at no time during that 5-year period did they ever exceed a 10% growth window.
Okay,
So
during
so
that
we,
5.
yeah, we were looking at that 5-year, primarily that 5-year period. If I remember right, we pulled going back to 2000 and looked at it.
And so you weren't using the data, sorry, so you weren't using the data from that drought period, but more after drought? The amount of water that's being used?
We looked at that whole record and saw what's the biggest step in growth that they could have, and we didn't
Okay.
see anything greater than 10%.
Nothing greater than
Yeah.
10, okay.
So we looked at water use data that was reported to us.
Yes.
We didn't look at, population growth or any of those aspects.
Okay, and I'm just thinking in my mind that maybe that is something that you could potentially look into to kind of back up your findings of, and why you came to that 10% increase. And then they also had mentioned that it de-incentivizes conservation. Could you explain a little bit more about why they may have said that?
Absolutely. So in the proposed rules, at each checkpoint, we propose to look at the past 6 years of use. So since the last checkpoint, what has been their highest single year's use, and then give them that. So if they were to conserve, right? So they implement some sort of conservation method and they're able to actually reduce their use, we would actually adjust their allotment down under the proposal. And they say that disincentivizes conservation because it takes water away from them after they have done something that's supposed to be beneficial, right? Conserving use. So by shrinking the allotment, they're saying we're disincentivizing conservation. So if they want to have additional water for growth, so greater than 10%, they could do that either through conservation or, that's really their only way to grow, right? Is through that conservation.
Yeah.
But if they conserve over that 6-year period, and then we get to the checkpoint and then they grow, they're not able to use that conserved water
Right,
after that period.
understood.
And so that downward adjustment is what they were saying disincentivizes conservation.
Because
So
that wouldn't be there for future growth.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
so their recommendation was, don't take it away from us if we conserve it. Let us hold that conserved water for future growth.
Okay, and that's something you'll review and we'll have
Definitely.
responses at our next meeting.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back to other commissioners. Commissioner Kihara?
I have to admit that everybody else has asked all the important questions. It looks like through the multiple rack things and guys really thought out, how is this going to work? how do we write the rules to make it say what we think we want it to happen? You guys have done an excellent job. Your explanations here today have been great for explaining why and how. So kudos to you, and if these guys have more questions, I'm all for it, so.
Thank you.
I'm gonna ask if Commissioner Mall has another question.
Does he have?
I know
Thank you,
he does.
Chair. I think I really only have one question, but I would like to then discuss a little bit among commissioners, just to give you a sense of what I'm thinking. But my question is, for the flow meter installation, how many folks are we talking about? How many wells are we talking about that don't currently have them? As a percent, as a number is, or percentage, really? I mean, is it gonna be a heavy lift to get us what we need?
Commissioner Mole, members of the commission, thank you for that question. It's a great one. So there are approximately 1,400 wells that are going to be within the proposed critical area. Of those 1,400, there are a little over 1,000 that already have a condition on the water right that requires measurement. So there are 350 somewhere in that area of water rights that don't currently require measurement. So we expect that we would have that lift, so 350 times, approximately $3,300 per measuring device for the entire basin is about what we would expect for those installations there. We have had quite a number of folks that have taken advantage of our cost share program over the last couple of years. A couple of larger users have installed 20 plus, measuring devices. And so we think that, as long as we can keep that cost share going, that's going to be a big help to the basin. But again, there are just fairly small percentage of the overall water rights that don't already require measurement. And as far as how many exist today, I don't really have a number on how many are actually measured today. Talking with the water master and folks in the basin, they see quite a few that are already measured, are meeting that requirement.
Great, thank you. More
Do you have a
questions?
sense of what the range in cost is for those flow meters? That might be down in the weeds, so if you don't have that, that's okay.
No, what we've seen is between $3,300 and $3,500 has been typical
Typical
for
per.
the meter plus installation.
Commissioner Newman?
I have a related question on the domestic level, and this might be outside your wheelhouse, but do you know how many of the domestic wells with problems in the basin have gone to the department under that program for assistance so far? And do you have any sense? I think you may have told us in a previous meeting how many of those we may be talking about, but I'm just curious how you reminded of that magnitude.
Commissioner Newman, thank you for the question. We do have those numbers that are identified in our physical impact statement about how many wells Tim is currently looking that up right now. And as soon as we get the number, we can let you know. Thank you.
Commissioner Mall?
Again, I don't have any more questions, but it's good. It's rich. We've got great community participation. We've got a wickedly complex problem and we're not backing away from it. And I appreciate that. To me, it feels like at the commission level, we're in the place of making a decision in December. Based on one end of this spectrum, the science, the best science available, our understanding at an individual level, landowner level. So there's this sort of what we can do, the authorities that we need. Then you move over to the other side of the spectrum and is, well, what are we going to choose to do? How will we do this and what are we going to choose to do, given what we understand? And our task is going to be to make a decision on where we are on that line. I think based on the hearings that I attended and the feedback we got then, the summaries that you all have made, subsequent comments we've received, what we'll talk about at the next item, the voluntary agreements, that people are working hard to advocate for their neighborhood, their region, their individual situation. We'll have to make some questions around that. But everybody agrees that we have a problem and that we do need to make significant change on it. I stated this in the last meeting that I'm still uncomfortable with the thought that recognizing that we have had such significant declines that we want to address it, that we would take a gain, we would take some good years and say, whew, now we can back off. That doesn't sit well with me. And I know that for you individual operators, especially who are making business decisions, that probably sounds cold and not compassionate. But from a public resource perspective, it's still, I feel like if we're doing better than expected, we ought to bank that in the good sense of saying we're ahead of schedule and it's serving that broader public, especially the individual domestic well users, better. So I still need to give more thought to that. It still sits funny with me. It does seem like we have some room in the next 60 days at least. And I appreciate that you all are doing that to make some adjustments, see whether or not some of these boundaries and the numbers of reduction, of percentage reductions that we want to assign to the specific sub areas still make sense. And ultimately, again, it's what we choose to do, some choice in that. So that's where I'm sitting with it. But I feel like we're in a good position to sign off and implement these rules in December with some really continued heavy lifting between now and then. Curious how others,
Thank you,
if you're
Commissioner.
willing to share, how you feel.
I personally really appreciate the adaptive management approach. I think it's responsible, something that is necessary because conditions are always changing, and curious how, if there is another prolonged drought during that period, how that might impact moving forward with the next set of reductions or not. I'm sure you've taken that into account. Anything related to drought, obviously there's going to be less water, less use in general there, and could exacerbate the problem even more. So taking that into account, are you going to be putting a lot of emphasis on drought years and using that to increase reductions going forward, or kind of stick to the same schedule?
Vice Chair Smitherman, in our analysis of essentially the impact of drought years, right?
Yeah.
It comes down to a drought year is going to reduce the volume of recharge coming into the system. And as I said, recharge is one of the key uncertainties, and it is also very impacting to our plan. This is a 30-year management horizon, and over a 30-year period, you have the opportunity of having both good years and bad years. In the adaptive management plan, one key concern that we've had as we've looked at options for how to build adaptive management and how to make decisions is how a period of dry years or a period of wet years could affect the next checkpoints decision. And at the start, we came up with a fairly complicated multi-leg stool approach to making a decision. And what we opted for was simplicity over complexity. And we will have to live with some level of variation. If multiple dry years ahead of a checkpoint could lead to us having to implement more curtailment at the next checkpoint, which could then, if followed by a series of wet years, cause water levels to be higher than expected, which would potentially cause us to curtail less at the following checkpoint. So you could end up with this more jagged set of water levels as we head to success. So we have considered it, definitely. I will say that one of our analyses was related to recharge, and we looked at what it would mean if we were to reduce recharge on the whole by 10% over the duration of the model. And as I remember it, in order to achieve stability with 10% less recharge, our PTW number would have to be 6,000 acre feet lower. So 6,000 acre feet more reduction. That's the impact of that 10% reduction in recharge. And so absolutely, years of drought are going to affect this plan. But from our perspective, keeping the rules as simple as possible related to adaptive management so that one, we can implement it, but also that Tim Seymour, who sits in front of this commission in 20 years, is able to continue implementing it, is important as well. So.
Well, we hope you are still here in 20 years.
Thank you.
And I think we all do see that there is a need here, and we cannot sit back and do nothing. There's got to be a plan forward. Not everybody is going to agree on it. That's the way of the world. But I think that the approach that I've been seeing from you and your team over these last couple of years, every time you come to us, you give such a great analysis, good presentation. It's easier for us to follow and understand. I know that you've worked extensively with the community. We have a lot of those community members here with us today and online. And we appreciate all of their input. This is a tough decision. This is really difficult, very complex, and I think one of the biggest decisions that the state has had to make. And so none of us take that decision lightly. We want to try to understand it as best we can. We understand that this is impacting people's livelihoods, their futures, and we want to do as much as we can to do the best and the right thing for long-term sustainability of the area. So those are my thoughts on the issue. I appreciate, again, all the effort and all the work that you just presented to us today. And we have a lot to think about. And I don't know if there's any more discussion that any other commissioners would like to have on this topic. Commissioner Newman?
I just wanted to echo what you said. I think this is a really hard decision. And I mean, I appreciate the summary of the comments because they're black and white, and people are not going to be happy no matter what we do. And recognizing that years of approving water rights have helped get us into this problem, and years of not knowing enough about our groundwater resources have helped get us into this problem. But like Joe said, we can't avoid it, and we need to do something. I think, and I so appreciate the amount of work that you guys have put into this. I don't know if this would work, but I mean, the way these things tend to go, we get the full summary of the comments and the department's responses at the same time as we're preparing, for a final decision on the rules. If there's any way some of that could come earlier so we can sort of be understanding, where the hard points are still going to be, I think that would be very helpful, but I don't know if that's possible in the timeline that we have.
I would agree and appreciate if possible. I understand time constraints, but that would be helpful for us to make better decision in December. Commissioner Mull?
There's another thing that I was thinking of that I want to just make clear that I'm sensitive to, leaning towards, and that is the municipal, certainly the tribal work. And that should be a firm grasp of the obvious that our work with the tribe, given their sovereignty and Water Rights Associated, needs to get significant consideration for a different approach potentially. It sounds like we're on the path to doing that, but the municipal also strikes me as worthy of attention. I remember, I don't know what it's been, Chair Owens, Mark Owens, 5 years ago or so, when you stood in one of these meetings and publicly called out the advice you were giving to young people, I think including your own kids, that the future in Harney County was going to be visibly very different and we had to chart another path. And I think that the uncertainty for all of us collectively, when you zoom out to that kind of a basin and what it means for the cities of Hines, Burns, what that kind of growth means, again, given the broad public impact and the economic comments that have come in, the economic impact comments that have come in, giving good consideration to some additional flexibility, I think, and some additional buffer municipalities makes a lot of sense to me from a planning standpoint. So I hope we give that due consideration as well and not just tinker with the numbers, so to speak. It may be worthy of a different approach for the municipalities in my mind. So appreciate that. Can I, this is a little, would you bear with me for 2 minutes of reading a poem that I think is really relevant to this?
Yeah.
All right. This is, folks I hope are familiar with Wendell Berry from my home state of Kentucky, committed agriculturalist and very active in sustainable land and water. I think it was 2014, he wrote a poem called A Poem on Hope. And it seems particularly relevant, not just to us today here, but to the larger United States. It's hard to have hope. It's harder as you grow old, for hope must not depend on feeling good. And there's the dream of loneliness at absolute midnight. You also have withdrawn belief in the present reality of the future, which surely will surprise us. And hope is harder when it cannot come by prediction any more than by wishing. But stop dithering. The young ask the old to hope. What will you tell them? Tell them at least what you say to yourself. Because we have not made our lives fit to our places, the forests are ruined, the fields eroded, the streams polluted, the mountains overturned. Hope then to belong to your place by your own knowledge of what it is that no other place is, and by your caring for it, as you care for no other place. This knowledge cannot be taken from you by power or by wealth. It will stop your ears to the powerful when they ask for your faith, and to the wealthy when they ask for your land and your work. Be still and listen to the voices that belong to the stream banks and the trees and the open fields. Find your hope then on the ground under your feet. The hope of heaven, let it rest on the ground underfoot. The world is no better than its places. Its places at last are no better than the people while their people continue in them. When the people make dark the light within them, the world darkens. Wendell Berry. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Mall. Okay,
I have an
Response.
answer to the question about dry wells, if
Yeah,
you're
please,
prepared.
thank you.
So we received 18 dry well reports within Harney County,
Did you say 18?
18. And between the two funds, WARF and the Harney Domestic Well Fund, so the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund and the Harney Domestic Well Fund, we had 14 applications. And from the Harney Domestic Well Fund specifically, we had 7 applications and 6 of those were accepted and had wells installed. So that's the latest I've got on that information. So,
Great,
yeah.
thank you. Okay. Well, I think that concludes our comments and questions for today. We really appreciate your time. Excellent report. We look forward to receiving more information and responses to the comments that have been submitted. And just again, thank you for such a well presented report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now it's time to move on to agenda item G. This is update on guidance for voluntary agreements among groundwater users.
So you're gonna try to share the screen.
And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourselves and anyone, any staff online, introduce themselves as well. Thank you.
Sure. So once again, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission, I'm Jason Spreet. I'm the East Region Manager out of Baker City. And I asked Kelly to help me out today.
Thank you. For the record, Kelly Mines, Policy Analyst and Rules Coordinator.
Also, I believe we have Laura Hart online.
Yeah, good morning. Laura Hart, Water Policy Analyst and the Tribal Liaison, and I apologize for not introducing myself earlier when I interjected during the Division 512 rulemaking, so my apologies for that.
No problem. Thank you, Laura.
All right, so I'll go through the slides here. I'm asked Laura to jump in as she sees anything relevant that needs to be mentioned that I don't, and we'll just go ahead and get started here. So guidance for voluntary agreements. So this first slide here talks about the integrated water resource strategy items that are related to voluntary agreements. So reaching environmental outcomes with non-regulatory alternatives and developing additional protections for groundwater. Next slide.
I pushed off.
Okay. All right, we're going to start out with a little bit of history here on why we're presenting this to the commission now. So of course, as we were just talking about, the Division 512 rulemaking effort is one of the regulatory tools that we'll be using to propose a critical groundwater area designation in the Harney Basin, serious water management problem area, and classification. One of the things we haven't talked too much about so far is the voluntary tools that folks can use in the basin to also help reduce groundwater use. And one of those is the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program that we have going right now down there in the basin. And then also the voluntary agreements, which came about among the Rules Advisory Committee meetings as we were discussing Division 512. And there was a significant amount of interest among RAC members in voluntary agreements. So, sorry, I think you're one fast. Sorry, I'm on. So next slide. Sorry.
Next slide.
Yeah.
No,
You don't have this one?
I do not have this one. No.
Okay. We may have skipped that one. Sorry. Apologize.
Okay.
So what is a voluntary agreement? A voluntary agreement is described in statute under ORS 537-745. And what it is an agreement among groundwater users to curtail use in a voluntary way among themselves. So I don't know if you are all familiar with like a rotation agreement. It's a similar type mechanism that allows folks to get together in a smaller group and decide for themselves how they want to manage the groundwater that they are entitled to. It requires approval by the commission, and so far it has not been used in Oregon in the past for any among groundwater users. And so we're hoping that with a little effort on our part as well as the community, we will get some of these going in Oregon in the Harney Basin. Next slide. Okay. So in 2023, there was a House Bill 2010 that provided some funding to the department and authorized the department to engage a contractor to assist with voluntary agreements. And part of that was to advise groundwater users and other folks working in the greater Harney Valley area of concern or the proposed critical area on voluntary agreements, look for opportunities, maybe look for any limitations that might prevent voluntary agreements in the basin, and then assist users to in developing agreements among themselves in the basin. So in August of 2023, we did an informational session for the Rules Advisory Committee and talked a little bit about voluntary agreements, what they are, and how we see them, potentially working in the basin. And then in July of 2024, there was a small group, focus group of folks interested in voluntary agreements. And we began a series of short series of meetings to talk about language and developed the initial draft of the voluntary agreement guidance that you all have copies of. And through those meetings, shortly after the first one, we engaged with Oregon Consensus and asked them to help through this process. They facilitated these meetings, among others, talking about voluntary agreements, and we developed a kind of an iterative process to work on the draft guidance. And then in October 2024, we brought the draft guidance to the Rules Advisory Committee and asked for input on the draft. We got quite a bit of input. We incorporated as appropriate some of that input into the current draft, which was the current draft was developed by August 28th of 2025, and it is what you all, I believe, have copies of. So we're going to talk a little bit about the statutory requirements. I'll run through these fairly quickly here, but the voluntary agreements, the statute says that the commission may encourage, promote, recognize voluntary agreements among groundwater users from the same groundwater reservoir, and that the commission shall approve if the voluntary agreement is consistent with the intent, purposes, and requirements of the Groundwater Act, and which is laid out in ORS 537-505 to 537-795. And so, there's a fairly robust process for the commission to go ahead and approve these and, make sure that they are consistent with the Groundwater Act there. So next slide. Also in that statute, it talks about termination of the voluntary agreement, and the voluntary agreement, I guess before I talk about termination, I should say that the voluntary agreement would operate in lieu of the formal order or rule. So if the critical groundwater area as proposed is approved by the commission, any voluntary agreements that are developed would rule in lieu of that order of the commission. And so we're hoping that these things can be developed and allow the users to work collaboratively together on an agreement to how they may use the water that they're entitled to amongst themselves and still work toward the goals for the basin. The voluntary agreements can be terminated by just a lapse of time that's written into the agreement, or consent of all the parties that are involved in the agreement, or an order of the commission if the commission finds that there is substantial noncompliance with the agreement, or conditions in the basin may have changed over time and the agreement is no longer in compliance with the Groundwater Act. Next slide, please. And so our guidance, we'll talk a little bit about that. So the guidance that we have proposed, and I want to clarify and make very clear here as we get into the guidance the department is has drafted so far, that this guidance is just what it says it is. It's just guidance. It does not mean that this is the only way to come up with a voluntary agreement. It's not the, you know, the only possibility. So I want to make sure to point that out because, you know, while the department may think that the agreement requires specific things to actually meet the goals of the basin, there may be other things that the department hasn't thought of, other ideas that come out that actually can accomplish the same goals without necessarily following these strict guidelines. Just want to make sure that we point that out. And so the minimum requirements in our guidance that we have proposed is the guidance or the voluntary agreement needs to still be able to achieve a groundwater level stability in the basin. That under a timeline that is at least as aggressive as the proposed critical area rules. And then it also, we believe, needs to incorporate some accountability, including the measurement and reporting that we're proposing under the serious water management problem area. So measurement, reporting type activities. And then we believe the department needs a specific amount of time, you know, maybe 90 days or so to review and ensure that the agreement is still aligning with the goal basin. So we anticipate that the department could take that groundwater model, do an analysis of that agreement, and then determine whether or not we could recommend that agreement to the commission, whether it aligns with the goals. So we'll talk about some of the things about voluntary agreements that allow that maybe incentive for folks to go ahead and start developing voluntary agreements is it does provide some flexibility. So it allows groundwater users to participate in a smaller group, you know, among themselves. Doesn't necessarily have to be within a sub area. It can be a smaller group of folks that want to just get together and manage their water amongst themselves. It can schedule an alternate reduction period to reach a stable water level within the basin. So, you know, if we want to get to durable stability, maybe there's a different schedule that works within a voluntary agreement. It may provide a higher pumping level, a higher pumping rate. Some of the things that we've discussed in the past is, you know, most of the groundwater rights in the area have a 1/80th rate. So 1/80th of the CFS per acre rate. And in some cases, a pivot system may not be able to operate efficiently on a 1/80th rate and needs a little more rate, but maybe for less time. And so in cases like that, it can be more efficient potentially to run at maybe a 60th rate for a pivot and so we, you know, under these agreements, we may be able to provide a higher pumping rate for those types of systems. It also may not require strict adherence to prior appropriation. So if we have a voluntary agreement among users and say that they're allotted 100 acre feet amongst themselves, they could potentially take that 100 acre feet and use it on any priority within that voluntary agreement, as long as they don't go over what the full group is allowed to use or allotted under that voluntary agreement. So there's some flexibility in moving water around there a little bit to other water rights, as long as they're valid water rights within the agreement. And then the participation in the agreement may be adjusted through, you know, the commission as well. So if people want in or out of the agreement, you know, there's some flexibility there that folks can use to participate or decide not to. Next slide, please. So some of the key provisions in the process is that we believe are important to keep in mind when approving or developing for approval a voluntary agreement. is the agreement needs to be consistent with the Groundwater Act and basin program rules, so Division 512. The agreement needs to be within the limits of those 512 requirements. The approval needs to be consistent with the language that's in 537-745, the statute on voluntary agreements. So we need to consider the intent, purpose requirements there within that statute. And then we need to also, the agreement needs to consider that substantial compliance and change condition language within there that we spoke about earlier. So it needs to substantially comply with the Groundwater Act, and also, keep in mind the potential for changing conditions. And then, as I said earlier, it needs to allow for department approval, department recommendation, and review prior to approval by the commission. So the current state of voluntary agreements, as we understand it, the information the department has is there are, in June of 2025, there was a template created by a contractor in the basin to it was largely based on rotation agreement language or rotation agreement statute and rule. And it highlights, potential areas of alignment and non-alignment with department guidance there. But the template is just a very basic template form that folks can use to begin development of a voluntary agreement. And as of July of 2025, we understand there are between, potentially 2 to 4 voluntary agreements in development. The reason we wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of the voluntary agreement guidance and what was going on is that there's a potential that in December of 2025, there will be at least a couple voluntary agreements brought before the commission for consideration. And those parties that may bring those agreements before the commission might request adoption in lieu of the proposed 512 rules. Let's see. Go ahead and next slide. So some of the next steps that I'd like to. Oh, sorry. We did bring earlier, it was just real recently, the guidance to the Groundwater Advisory Committee. And we did this same presentation before the GWAC or Groundwater Advisory Committee. And we got some feedback from the Groundwater Advisory Committee. That feedback was that they recommend that the commission allows for public comment and feedback on this agenda item today. And also that they are planning to hold a meeting before the December commission meeting where they will discuss the details of voluntary agreement guidance and provide further advice to the commission in December on the voluntary agreements. Slide. So next steps for voluntary agreements. As I said earlier, this draft guidance is intended as interim guidance document. It is not the end all be all of voluntary agreements. And this is, as the department sees it, as a starting point that details items that we believe are important for voluntary agreements to consider and contain. But future options, may include, a statewide guidance or even a rulemaking process in the future. So this is, a statewide, obviously, statute and could apply anywhere. But because of the interest in the Harney Basin in the recent past, we developed this guidance to help us through that process. So that was a fairly quick run through of that, but I'm happy to take questions from the commission.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, the question I have is if the department is working in consultation with some of the people bringing these agreements forward to give them some advice as they're working on them.
Commissioner Lee, members of the commission, we have not been asked up to this point, aside from providing this guidance to the community and other folks. We haven't been asked to work on a specific voluntary agreement with a certain group of folks. We have gotten information that says that they are working on them and they will consult us on it when they get to that point, but we have not gotten to that point on any voluntary agreement so far.
Thanks. I think that would be helpful.
Yeah, sure.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Newman?
I noticed that you said, thank you for the presentation, first of all, but I noticed that in the guidance, and I recognize their draft and their interim, the minimum participation level was identified as at least 30% of the total allocated PTW or target voluntary reduction within any groundwater reservoir as defined herein. And then the reservoir can be a sub area or the whole area. 30% of the whole area, it seems like a lot. 30%, I mean, it seems like there's, maybe it's not worth the time of the department to be reviewing voluntary agreements that are just from a few parties, but it seems like there are places where these kind of agreements could be very useful for a smaller number of parties, and I'm just kind of wondering where that 30% notion came from. And then the other piece of that is it seems like everyone's sort of assuming that rotation is likely the way this would go. Obviously, that's an obvious tool, but it seems like pro rata reductions might also be a way to go in certain situations, especially when you're talking about, vulnerable juniors and maybe more flexible seniors. So I just wondered about those two issues.
Sure. Commissioner Newman, members of the commission, thank you for that question. It's really great points, and we've heard comments on both of those points in the past. So to address the 30% issue, that 30% was a number we came up with for the reasons that you mentioned. Part of it was because we wanted to make sure that a voluntary agreement was going to have a significant enough impact on that sub area that it was, we could, see that it was worth doing, I guess, in a way. It was, we wanted to make sure that it was going to have an impact. And so we selected, a 30% number because it would be clear to us that would actually would make an impact on that sub area. We have heard a number of comments about the 30%, and that's something we need to discuss further for sure, is whether or not that's really the right number, or if some other number is different, or if that shouldn't exist at all and it should just be an open, whoever would like to participate can go ahead and develop a voluntary agreement. So something certainly still in consideration there. The other piece, I am escaping the second half of your question. Could you ask that again?
I'm forgetting.
Apologize.
Pro rata reduction.
Thank you. I did not intend to make the impression that it needed to be a rotation. It certainly doesn't need to be a rotation. That is what the consultant who built the form, the template for voluntary agreements, asked us for some information on rotation agreements, and so they used that information to develop that template. But it certainly doesn't need to be a rotation type system. The users can decide how they would like to use the water within their voluntary agreement boundary.
I have a question on the sub areas. So, are we going to allow cross-boundary voluntary agreements?
Uh,
Have-
Vice Chair Smithman, thank you for that question, members of the commission. We have not said we would not allow that, or we think that it's possible to do that. And I think, you know, it may get a little more complicated if a voluntary agreement crosses sub-area boundaries, but I do think it's possible, depending on the language in the agreement and how it's set up, that is a possibility. So, yeah.
That sounds like a sub basin.
Could be, yeah.
So back to the 15 potentially, but I think that so we have the guidelines, but we also have minimum requirements. I think it needs to be very clear what those minimum requirements are going to be, and clear between what requirements are and what guidelines are. Just for our sake, for your sake, or the folks who are putting together the voluntary agreement, so that it's just clear what needs to happen and what they could propose.
Right, yeah, and we want to make that, we absolutely want to make that clear on what the statute requires versus what we think a voluntary agreement would need to do to further the goals for the basin. Yeah.
Okay, and then just out of curiosity, how long has this voluntary agreement statute been in place?
Great question. Any
It's never
idea?
been used, but it's been there.
It's been there a while.
Number back here. Lots of years, I see. Many years.
Been there, yeah.
Part of the groundwater.
It is 1955.
Yeah. So
Huh.
puts that into perspective.
Yeah, it's
think-
definitely uncharted territory.
Yeah, and I appreciate that we are allowing and looking at this as potential response to this critical groundwater area.
Right.
Other commissioners? Questions? Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I believe we do have some public comment on this topic, so we'll go ahead and move into that, but thank you again for the update and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, first up, for public comment. Yeah, Director Bell.
Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission and members of the audience. So just a reminder that the comment period on the Division 512 rules has been closed. This voluntary agreement discussion is obviously very closely tied to groundwater management and those rules in the Harney Basin. I would just ask all folks who are making public comment today to do the best they can to avoid comments specific to the Division 512 rules and process there. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gall. Okay, first up for public comment, we have Lisa Brown, Water Watch. Yes, that's good, thank you.
Chair Smitherman, members of the commission, for the record, Lisa Brown, staff attorney with Water Watch of Oregon. Appreciate the opportunity to comment on agenda item G, and my comments will be brief as I'll be submitting detailed written comments in the near future. We want to thank the department for all the work done on the draft guidance memo, and for the presentation today, and just for the thought that's gone into developing a workable system. I'll just start by saying that, ensuring that voluntary agreements meet the requirements of ORS 537, 745, and of Oregon's forward-looking Groundwater Act as a whole is a critically important piece of ensuring sustainable groundwater management in Oregon. The issue is obviously important for irrigators who may wish to participate in a voluntary agreement, but it's also critically important for the other users and functions that groundwater supports, including but not limited to people who rely on groundwater for drinking water water users that rely on surface water that's fed by groundwater, as well as for groundwater dependent ecosystems. And, you know, these users and uses are put at risk if the state were to fail to ensure proper standards for voluntary agreements. And I want to briefly just address some advocacy that we've seen and heard, that urging that the state not be allowed to require any specific amounts or timelines for pumping reductions in voluntary agreements. First, I would just say, you know, this clearly would not meet the requirements of the statute. It would essentially create a huge loophole that would undermine the entire Groundwater Act, fail to achieve the policy objectives of the act, and put other groundwater uses at risk. You know, the effect would really be to require the state to allow groundwater pumping that the state has determined does not meet the requirements of the act. And nothing in ORS 537, 745 supports that interpretation. Just before closing, I just want to highlight a process point just to make sure it's clear to the commission, which is that the focus group process that Jason described was not a publicly noticed process. It did not include, for example, water rights attorneys from conservation groups. And so I just think it's important to understand the origin of kind of that iterative process and make sure it's not misconstrued. In closing, I would just say that we think voluntary agreements can be a solid tool for allowing alternative approaches here to meeting or exceeding applicable standards and requirements. We just want to stress, though, the importance of ensuring that voluntary agreements do not create a loophole around the critically important requirements of the Groundwater Act, which would undermine sustainable groundwater management in Oregon. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any commissioners have any questions for Lisa? That's okay. No, okay, thank you, Lisa. Next up, we have online, virtual, we have Mario Petrilli. I see hand raised.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Wait a minute, I have to get back to another page. I'll be right with you. I'm doing 4 things at once. What I would like to say is, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mario Petrilli. I live in Burns. I'm a newbie in a townie. I've been here for about 5.5 years. Absolutely love it. Oh dear. Is there anyone else willing to speak before I do? Because I just,
Yeah.
dear me.
Problem,
One
Mario.
moment, please.
You can come back. Okay, so next on the list, in person, we have Rob.
Thank you. Come back, please.
We will. Thank you, Mario. Next on the list, we have Rob Frank.
Commissioners, I anticipated commenting on a variety of topics, and so if the commission would indulge, I would save my comment till the last comment period, if that's all right.
Yes, that's just fine. Thank you. Okay, next on the list. Thank you, Eric.
See if this works. Good morning, commissioners, and thank you for entertaining my comments today. I know we can't talk much about the 512 rule. Introduce myself as Eric Cairns. I live in Harney County, Princeton community in the southern region, Blitzen area. My wife and I purchased property in 2018. I retired in 2021 from the Coast Guard after 22 years of service, and we and my 6 kids are trying to carve out a little, farm and establish a long-term, set some roots down since, we packed up and moved around for about every 2 years for most of their lives. So
long story short is our community wants to work with the commission and the department to develop a voluntary agreement and, you know, start on this path that's not yet been forged, as they've mentioned, and work towards some sort of mutual agreement for the best options and future for not only the water basin, but our families and longevity moving forward. If I can add a little bit more, I'm a 4th generation family and born and raised in IZ. My wife is 3rd generation. And then if you get just over the hill there in Grizzly, I'm 4th generation there too. So it's not like we don't have any ties to this state or the community. And with the ability to have a voluntary agreement, we feel that would be the best solution and, you know, collaborate with all members in our community and move forward to get the post water users to continue to irrigate and be prosperous. Any questions of me? Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Lee.
Yes, what sub-basin or sub-area are you from, Eric?
It'd be the lower Blitzen, the southern region of
Thank you.
the county, which has a surplus by the study.
I do have your written comments as well. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Thank you for hearing us.
Okay, next up, we have in person Jacob Davis.
Thanks for taking the time. I'm a neighbor to Eric Kieran's. We're in the Donner Blitz, and I'm a 4th generation in the area. My grandpa come in the 50s and raised 5 kids and then formed a partnership with 2 of his kids, which happened to be my dad. In late 90s, my mom and dad wanted to go out on their own and answer to each other instead of other people. So they did, and that's where they finished raising us. And when they got their feet under they were 12 miles down the road from the original main place in the Donner Blitz. And my dad's lived there 70 years. So anyway, they got their feet under them, and that allowed for my wife and I to come back, and we started working for them. In 2012, we were blessed to buy some ground right next to them and start developing. So anyway, we have twin girls and 2 boys, and we're hoping that we can pass that down to them someday. So 99% of the Donner Blitz is on board with the volunteer agreement. We want to have it to you before the deadline in December. But yeah, it's a livelihood for us, you know. There's people there that's been there longer than we have. And there's like Eric Kieran's, he moved in, you know, last 10 years or so. But everybody either wants to put roots down or have roots and want to keep them going. And so we're more than willing, we're actually excited to work with the state to come up with a solution, because we don't want it to be for nothing. You know, my grandpa, I don't want it to be for nothing, but he did. He's gone now. And my dad, you know, I wish he was here today because he's forgot more about the county than a lot of people probably know, but he didn't want to make it. He's getting old. So anyway, yeah, we want it to thrive. We want it to keep coming. We don't need any more new development. We just want to protect what we have. And I know we can reduce our water usage by these volunteer agreements and sprinkler packages or rotating crops. I know we can make it work with the state. And so we're looking forward to it.
Thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate your commitment to that as well and understanding. Is there any other comments or questions for Jacob? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, next up, we've got just a couple of more. We've got in person, Ken Beerley and Associates.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Ken Beerley, a proud white buffalo, alumni from Madras Union High School. In 1961, we won state tournament in basketball. In 1962, when I graduated, we got second. So we're glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. It's fun to be back. So I've been involved in development of the Harney Basin Community-Based Water Plan, which you'll hear about soon. But one of the elements of the plan and one of the recommendations or strategies in the plan is to use the previously unused provision of state statute. It was adopted in 1955, and I've submitted written comments. You've got 11 pages of my drivel already before you. I believe very strongly that an incentive base should be statewide. The commission has made very clear that they have groundwater problems throughout the state. In 2021, the department presented information about groundwater. They're studying it now, trying to find balance of groundwater. You adopted provisions that significantly reduced the ability to permit groundwater. And previously, groundwater, nobody was concerned because groundwater was permitted prolifically, I think is a kind word for it. And the collaborative that has been working on it had a presentation from University of Oregon on groundwater. We had worked with Environmental Defense Fund, who did a report on voluntary agreements. This all occurred before the RAC process. This conversation about voluntary agreements did not start with the RAC. It started much before, and it was looking for ways in which people who are struggling with recognizing that they're over-appropriated, over-pumping, could work together. And so I think it's really important. Alice has helped the collaborative to kind of wrestle with the problem. And I think it's important for the commission to consider why a provision of statute has not been used for 70 years. And I would suggest there are a number of reasons. One, there's been no accounting for the amount of groundwater use or evaluation of limits of pumping beyond recharge until recently. And secondly, there's been a willingness to issue groundwater permits with incomplete knowledge of groundwater conditions. That's happened. That's why we're in the problem in the Harney Basin, but it's not unique to the Harney Basin. Third, there's a common perception of the agency as a regulatory agency, both by the staff and by the public. Incentives are not their wheelhouse. It's not something that they immediately go to. It's not part of their mandate. So I think it's really important. And since the department has identified these issues, the commission has taken action to reduce the amount of groundwater. I think it's really important to think about voluntary agreements as a statewide opportunity to incentivize how people work. I think connecting it directly to critical groundwater management areas makes sense only in the Harney Basin. And I think they should be decoupled. I think there should be ways in which you can connect it to the Harney Basin. But for example, 30% of PTW, that only relates to where PTW has been determined under a critical groundwater management area. What if somebody in, say, Jefferson County wants to do a voluntary agreement to reduce the actual amount of groundwater? It's not a critical groundwater management area. Find ways to incentivize people to work together. And I think that's really what the challenge is going to be. And I think Lisa brings up a very important point. These have to be measurable, they have to be accountable, and they have to be subject to reporting so that the public can be assured that the reductions that are being proposed are real and are being met. So the department can deal with those as necessary. And so I think that a lot of the language in the proposed guidance is good, but I think it needs to be decoupled from critical groundwater management areas because not every place has those And it clouds the notion about whether this is a voluntary action or a regulatory action. When it's hooked to a regulatory action by guidance, it's seen and perceived as a regulatory action. So I think that there's important ways to distinguish that can be done. And I'm not arguing for reduced expectation of outcomes. It's clear that enforceable, measurable, and achievable reductions are necessary for voluntary agreements. It's important, however, to allow local initiative and creativity to be expressed, which is only hampered by tying guidance to regulation. In my written comments, I've suggested a form of guidance that focuses on the voluntary nature of the statute for your consideration. In summary, it's well recognized that the commission has focused on trying to control groundwater within sustainable limits in this state for the first time in a long time. Let's build incentives that help people move in that direction without the requirement to go through the hell of critical groundwater management designation and the complexities. You spent 4 hours or whatever it was this morning hearing about very complex relationships between modeling that people don't understand, measurement that people generally understand. And those are, if you want those to continue, they will continue. But it's important to provide opportunities for other ways to look at it. So I'd encourage you to look at ways to decouple the regulation from the incentive. And as the Wendell Berry said, this is really about hope for the future. Let's let people work together to try to find a way to solve problems once they're recognized. And I think that recognition that there is a problem is starting to occur. It hasn't occurred everywhere, but I think it's that the department is starting to generate the information that demonstrates that. And as people become aware of that, if they have opportunities to address that without enforced activity, or in fear of enforced activity in the worst case, I think there's a real opportunity here. So I'd encourage you to consider these rules or these guidances, but try to figure out ways in which the guidance can be separated, because it's much more important than just the Harney Basin. This needs to apply statewide. I'll quit yelling.
No, thank you so much, Ken, for your
Any
comments.
questions?
We really appreciate your comments today. I think you make some good points. Does anyone have any questions for Ken? No. Okay, thank you, Ken. Appreciate it. Okay, next up we have online, virtual, we have Christopher Hall of Water League. You with a, yep, there we have Chris. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me today and being able to provide these comments. Thank you, Vice Chair Smitherman and Commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Christopher Hall and I'm with Water League. I've submitted detailed written comments, and so here I'll just focus my oral remarks on just one point. While voluntary agreements under ORS 537.745 ought to be explored for implementation, they cannot be used to rearrange seniority, points of appropriation, or places of use. Those are water right transfers, and they must proceed under ORS 540.520, or for temporary ones, .523. The voluntary agreements may control in lieu of a commission order within the groundwater sections of Chapter 537. But it does not control in lieu of other sections such as 540. Voluntary agreement proponents, their idea of flexibility to move certificates among points of appropriation and points of use without a transfer approval is not legally tenable. Even a 2025 bill draft that was House Bill 3801 explicitly contemplated changing the law to let VAs bypass .540.520 and .523, which acknowledges this point, that the state would need a new statute to do this. Oregon's water right transfer laws exist to prevent injury to others and to maintain spatial and temporal water use predictably. Hot swapping seniority, points of appropriation, and places of use on short timescales outside the transfer process recreates the very chaos our 1909 Water Code and the 1955 Groundwater Act were designed to tame. In basins with excessive groundwater declines, ad hoc movement of appropriations compounds injury risk to neighboring water users. If voluntary agreement participants want to move water, they should file an application for a water right transfer like everyone else. I'd like to just point out three things. Voluntary agreements are not like rotating ditch agreements. They're also not like rotations in water use, and nor are they like irrigation districts. They're not like a rotating ditch agreement, which those are timing and sharing arrangements that usually distribute water from a single water right to one place of use among landowners using that same source. However, voluntary agreement proponents envision bundling two or more separate water rights, each with its own point of appropriation and a pertinent place of use. That cannot be made, however, into just one right. The total voluntary reductions, which are part or envisioned as part of voluntary agreements, only accounts for the sum of that conserved water duty that they may have access to. It is not an actual merger of the legally distinct water rights. Voluntary agreements are also not like rotation in water use, which is ORS 540.150, which is about timing among distinct water right users of the same source. That statute doesn't move seniority among distinct water rights, nor mix and match points of appropriation or places of use. It does not mix multiple sources across various places of use as VA proponents have envisioned. Rather, rotations in water use permit distinct water right holders to share the same water source while their water rights maintain a strict connection between their respective points of appropriation and places of use. And then we also believe that voluntary agreements are not like irrigation districts. Those districts hold the water rights, and then their members put the water to use under those rights. Moving points of diversion or appropriation or places of use inside a district still requires transfers, usually in certain circumstances, and only the right holder can apply, but the user can't. Voluntary agreements are not districts, and they can't assume a district's authorities. I'll conclude by saying that the reason why voluntary agreements have never been implemented since 1955 is that voluntary agreements only work when they're sweetened within special carrots and flexibilities, which is a really great irony. And those terms, carrots and flexibilities, are what are being used. This irony shows that the benefits aren't inherent to voluntary agreements, but they're actually added privileges. And if those incentives are sound policy, then we don't see why Water Resources Department shouldn't write them into the rules for all irrigators, rather than just have the Water Resource Commission reserve them for voluntary agreement participants only. Because voluntary agreements are private and they're membership controlled arrangements that the commission may recognize in lieu of certain actions, voluntary agreement parties choose who's in or who's out, and so they can function as exclusive clubs that would financially benefit members while non-participants face the full weight of regulation and suffer potentially greater financial losses. In a hydraulically connected hydrologic system such as the Harney Basin, every special benefit to any in-group likely imposes a corresponding burden on those who are excluded, and it's probably going to be financial. Otherwise, the interests in voluntary agreements just simply wouldn't materialize. Thank you so much for this opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you so much, Christopher. Do we have questions or comments from the commission? No. Thank you. Appreciate your time and your comments. Okay, back in person, we have Sabrina Maki. Wait till of course. Yes, not a problem. Okay, let's go back and see if Mario is still, I see Mario is still online. Mario, are you ready for public comment?
Thank you for your patience. There's no video. I have a face for radio. Once again, I am Mario Petrilli. I live in Harney County. I'm a newbie and a townie. Been here for about 5 years. Love it. I am also an engineer, as those in the medical profession take the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. Engineers have an informal oath to call out bad science whenever we see it. The USGS OWRD hydrological budget of the Harney Basin groundwater system research paper, published in 2022, although comprehensive, its summaries and conclusions have some. The division basis for groundwater reduction amounts and rates is this Garcia et al. Paper. Rule 512 overestimates groundwater discharge and underestimates historical recharge rates. A local voluntary agreement is a must Now where am I? Yeah, feel
Okay. Too much fun. All right, everyone. Thank you. Take your seats. We're gonna get back into public comment. Thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. We're gonna go back online to Mario Petrilli. Mario, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Am I heard?
We can hear you, so go ahead with your comments.
Thank you again for your patience. Unfortunately, I have a face for radio. I am Mario Petrilli. I am a newbie to Harney County. I've been here for 5.5 years. Absolutely love it. I am an engineer. As those in the medical profession take the Hippocratic Oath, do no harm. Engineers have an informal oath to call out bad science whenever we see it. The USGS OWRD hydrological budget of the Harney Basin Groundwater System research paper published in 2022, although comprehensive, its summaries and conclusions have some bad science. The division basis for groundwater reduction amounts and rates is this Garcia et al. Paper. The Rule 512 overestimates groundwater discharge and underestimates historical recharge rates. A local voluntary agreement is a must for the economic survival of a large agricultural sector here. Garcia et al. Refers to, but does not rely upon, the excellent OWRD OSU USGS report, Historical Irrigation Water Use and Groundwater Pumpage Estimates in the Harney Basin, published in 2021. Instead, Garcia et al., the major authors, bring their outside education and experience to a unique closed basin and attempt to reinvent the Harney Basin aquifer system. OWRD is solving the critical groundwater area problems with a 30,000 view looking down instead of a 300-foot view looking up. The Rule 5127 submanagement area model does not work well with the actual areas of dramatic deep water drawdowns and subsequent drill downs. The Harney Basin has been studied to death since 1909. There are well records from 1883 with more comprehensive records beginning in 1906. Since the basin hydrologies and the hydromedics are first documented in 1919 and 1909, actually, with surveys and technical analysis nearly every 20 years. Oil exploration wells since the 1920s. Water chemical analysis starting in the 1930s. The Conoco tomography survey in the 20-teens looking for oil, and comprehensive lithographic data is collected by area, Harney ID, well ID number, seniority year, location, well depth, output and construction, usage, deepening, restoration or abandonment, elevation, even temperature. This requires time. Assembling and analyzing the chemistry and strata continuums requires more time. While much of the work can be done here locally using MathWorks, I would like to take the numbers to OSU for the graphics, especially the 3D by decade and by year. They have better toys. 3 of the departments at OSU have done the best work on the Harney Basin groundwater problem, but it seems no one in the division is using these research papers for Rule 512. Be assured, a local VA group will. Voluntary agreements are discussed during the RAC process and the July informational meetings, but more Rule 512 reductions and restrictions were added at that meeting. Folks were waiting for a final, which appears to have been presented in the August public hearings. Now folks are asked to present a comprehensive voluntary agreement proposal before this board in 3 months. Please note that I said comprehensive. What a VA working group needs is more time and, more importantly, money to assemble a complete searchable database for folks to use by 15 October. I gave the county judge a verbal quote of $60,000. I need to hire temporary staff. Ken Byerly is the first choice. He has done this work before and is a water hawk. The VA working group will need time and money to hire contractors, consultants, and back office staff. One groundwater user here has spent so far this year $200,000 in legal fees concerning wells. That amount could be a good starting point. Old RS 537.7451 states the Water Resources Commission may encourage, promote, and recognize voluntary agreements among groundwater users for the same groundwater reservoir. May. Since 2015, the department has spent around $2.2 million on this project. I would imagine investing more time and money now promoting a successful voluntary agreement proposal before the board after the division does its review and objections will save considerable time and much more money than would be lost in litigation. Collaboration, please. That's all we ask. Thank you for your time and consideration on this matter. And I'd like to say all I want to see is a fair fist fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. We appreciate your comments. Any questions from commissioners for Mario? No. Okay, thank you. I think now, well, turn that off. We can move on to agenda item H, unless I've missed someone in the audience that wanted to speak to this. You were registered online. What is your name?
Eric Steen.
Eric Steen. Well, come on up, Eric.
Hello, everyone. My name is Eric Steen. My wife and I run and operate on a fourth generation Century Farm and Ranch in the Diamond area. We are in our late 30s. We have a 7-year-old son in the Diamond Elementary School, a small school of 13 students. We raise cattle and hay, cooperating with many government agencies in our operation. Last year, we were named Young Farmer and Rancher of the Year by the Harney County Chamber of Commerce. Over the past few years, we've bought 7 pivots in the lower Blitzen sub area. These hay pivots are crucial to our cattle operation. Without them, the generational handoff will undoubtedly end with us. In response to the current 512 rules put out by the department, it has shown our sub area has operated and produced in a surplus of water, failing to meet its own critical groundwater designation. As a result of our inaccurate labeling as such, we as a sub area have responded with a voluntary agreement in hopes to cooperate with the department in the pursuit of water conservation in the Harney Basin. The local temperature for the voluntary agreement has been extraordinary. Lots of us want to cooperate in a collective reduction of water use, and by doing so, keeping junior water users such as myself and previous Jacob Davis and Eric Kearns in business. We've developed monitor watering measures that we'd use throughout the course of the voluntary agreement to get an accurate, solid data point to provide to the department in future data collections. We also have formed some potential funding for upgraded irrigation equipment to strive for a targeted 10% reduction within our sub area under our voluntary agreement. I'll conclude with the sentiment that the consideration and acceptance of these voluntary agreements will save the future of our small rural schools, businesses, and most importantly, our families. These water rights have faces to them. They mean more than just large production agriculture as a black and white sense. They are community's future and our prosperity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Eric. Appreciate your comments. Any questions for Eric? Comments? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate all the comments on that agenda item. We are now going to move into the next agenda item H. And this is a state recognition of the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative's Integrated Water Resources Plan.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Alexandria Scott, and I'm a community engagement coordinator working in the East region for the department. I have had the tremendous pleasure of working alongside the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative for the last 3 years. And before we get started with our presentation, I'm going to turn it over to the other 2 presenters sitting next to me today, and then we'll get started.
Vice Chair Smitherman, members of the commission, my name is Lily Prawl and I'm the planning coordinator, statewide planning coordinator. I've been working to support Alexandria in her work supporting the Harney group and coordinated the plan review team for the Harney integrated plan.
Good morning, Vice Chair Smitherman and commissioners. My name is Holly Stanitsas, and I have been the project manager for the Harney Collaborative since 2019. I can't believe it's been that long, but it's my pleasure to be here today.
Alrighty, so we are here today to seek state recognition for the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative's Place-Based Integrated Water Plan. We're going to go ahead and shift to slide 2. So the presentation will have 3 parts. So we're going to do a quick review of the place-based planning process, to review the plan for state recognition. Holly will then present on the final integrated plan, and then finally we'll be asking the commission to decide on state recognition for the integrated plan. Next slide, please. Ready? So just as a reminder for the commission, place-based planning was an action listed in both the 2012 and 2017 versions of the Integrated Water Resources Strategy. This then led to the publication of draft guidelines in 2015 and the passage of legislation to authorize and fund a place-based planning pilot program. Through a competitive application process, the Harney Collaborative was selected as one of 4 of the pilot groups. And since 2016, the collaborative has been working with a balanced representation of interest using the 2015 draft guidelines, which is attachment 1 in the staff report, to develop an integrated plan. The group did decide to split groundwater and surface water planning. This was due to a variety of factors, namely that groundwater conditions in the basin, as we have heard today, are needed to have action be addressed, and they wanted to explore that from a voluntary perspective. In 2023, they submitted the groundwater portion of their plan to confirm that it was in alignment with the requirements to receive state recognition upon completion of the surface water portion. An interagency review team made up of OWRD staff, ODFW, DEQ, Oregon Department of Agriculture, OWEB, reviewed that groundwater portion and found that it was in alignment with the guidance. The collaborative presented this to the commission in June of 2023, and the commission agreed with the findings that the state agency review and encouraged the collaborative to continue place-based planning in the basin. This spring, the Harney Collaborative completed their integrated plan, which combines the groundwater and surface water plans, and submitted it to be evaluated for state recognition. A plan review team made up of those same agencies evaluated the plan for consistency with that 2015 guidance and the principles of the IWRS. They developed a list of plan strengths, required improvements, and considerations for implementation. The Harney Collaborative made the required improvements and adopted their final integrated plan on August 4th of this year. It is up to the commission today to decide by resolution if the Harney Community-Based Water Place-Based Plan will receive state recognition. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Holly.
Can you hear me okay? Okay. Thank you again so much for allowing us to be here today to present to you the Integrated Water Resources Plan. This has been a product of almost a decade of work. And it's culminating here today. So again, thank you. What you're about to hear has been locally driven, again, and nearly a decade of hard work, shaped by collaboration, compromise, and consensus. The integrated plan isn't just a planning document, it's a community commitment. It reflects the collaborative's deep understanding of the challenges facing the Harney Basin, from hydrological complexity to ecological vulnerability to economic dependence on agriculture. Today, I'll walk you through our plan, what it contains, how we got here, and what we've already started implementing. In addition, how we plan to move forward. Thank you again for your time and your willingness to consider our request for state recognition. I'd like to first ground us in the objectives of my presentation today. During my time, I want to showcase the collaborative process, who participated, how decisions were made, and how our working groups helped to inform our approach. I'll share outcomes of the integrated plan, summarizing the strategies we've developed for both groundwater and surface water, and we'll highlight those strategies that are already in place. And lastly, I'll outline the collaborative's implementation approach, how we turn this document into action, who's responsible, and what we think success will look like. Together, these pieces will tell the story of a plan that's ready to be put to work. I know that you all have heard so much about the Harney Basin, but please humor me for a moment. I want us to make sure that there's a very clear understanding of the basin's geography, climate, economy, and ecology, and why it's critical to why water management is so complex and why this collaborative approach was necessary. So the Harney Basin is Oregon's largest closed basin, spanning over 5,200 square miles. Unlike any other basin in the state, water doesn't flow out to the ocean. It stays within this system, which makes it especially sensitive to both climate variability and human use. The Harney Basin receives less than 10 inches of precipitation per year, which means snowpack is the lifeline. Snowmelt drives surface water flows and groundwater recharge, and when it comes earlier or is less reliable, the impacts ripple through the entire system. As you've heard many times, agriculture is the foundation of the local economy. About 150,000 irrigated acres support hay and cattle operations. At the same time, the basin has globally significant wetlands, with the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge serving as a critical stop on the Pacific Flyway for hundreds of thousands of migratory birds. The Burns Paiute tribe, the communities of Burns and Hines, and rural residents are all part of this interconnected system. This combination, it being a closed basin, a heavy agricultural reliance, and rich ecological values, is what makes water management in the basin so complex and why collaborative planning was so essential. The overlapping demands that plague the basin made it clear that no single agency, landowner, or group could solve the challenges alone. We knew that it would take the entire community working together across interests to build a viable path forward. That's why the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, or CBWP Collaborative, was launched. The idea was to create a forum where all interests in the basin could come together to solve water challenges collectively. Over 9 years, more than 160 participants have taken part, and that diversity of representation was maintained throughout the planning process. I'm going to do something maybe a little weird, but folks in the audience, I've seen a lot of folks that were involved. If you have been involved in the collaborative over the last 9 years, would you please stand up? Thank you. The collaborative was designed to be broad and inclusive. ensuring that agriculture, tribes, conservation groups, agencies, and residents all had a voice. We used a phased approach to planning, as Alexandria mentioned earlier. Groundwater came first because declines were already causing cones of depression, domestic wells to fail, making this the most urgent issue. After addressing groundwater, the collaborative turned to surface water, where riparian health, in-stream needs, and allocation challenges required a different focus. The process was convened by the Harney County Court and partners. In the groundwater phase, leadership came from the county court with support from the High Desert Partnership. And for the surface water phase, the county court partnered with the Harney County Watershed Council, which continues to serve as the local sponsor. A coordinating committee made up of other collaborative members guided the work, helping set agendas, helping me figure out the really difficult conversations and how to shape those, testing consensus, and ensuring that the process always remains transparent and inclusive. Much of the technical detail was developed in working groups, which brought together smaller groups of stakeholders to dive into detail on issues. These working groups then brought recommendations back to the full collaborative. And finally, the collaborative was consensus-driven, meaning nothing advanced by majority vote. Instead, ideas were refined until there was broad agreement across all interests. That took time and trust and a lot of asking the question, what can you live with? That trust, that accountability is also why the plan is viewed as legitimate and durable. The collaborative gave us a structure, a way to bring people together, test ideas, and move toward consensus. But what really gives this plan legitimacy is who showed up at the table. We had representation from every corner of the basin, tribes, agriculture, conservation groups, agencies, and residents, and more, all willing to sit down and work through hard issues together. The Burns Paiute Tribe and Numu Aladi Association brought cultural knowledge, historical stewardship perspectives, and a deep connection to the lands and waters of the basin. Agricultural voices were central. Ranchers, irrigators, Farm Bureau members, cattlewomen, cattlemen, all contributed expertise on production, land use, and the water needs that sustain the local economy. Conservation organizations, including the Nature Conservancy, Water Watch, the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, and the Bird Society of Oregon, advocated for wetlands, fish, wildlife, groundwater dependent ecosystems, ecological health, and in-stream needs, ensuring that these priorities were reflected alongside agricultural and community needs. We also had strong participation from local, state, and federal agencies. Harney County Court played an integral role in this plan. OWRD was a partner throughout. ODF&W, DEQ, the BLM, NRCS, Fish and Wildlife Service, and more. Their involvement grounded this plan in the technical expertise and regulatory realities that sometimes are lost. And finally, residents and well users, particularly those in rural areas, shared essential lived experience. What it means when domestic or stock wells run dry and how water insecurity affects households. Each strategy in this plan that you'll hear about in a moment reflects the collective input of all of these diverse stakeholders. It reflects not just one voice, but the collective priorities of the basin. With so many perspectives at the table, we needed a way to dig deeper into specific topics while keeping the full collaborative engaged and moving forward. That's where working groups came in. We organized smaller groups around specific topics so stakeholders could focus on details, then bring recommendations back to the full collaborative for discussion and consensus. During the groundwater phase, the collaborative organized into 3 working groups: agriculture, domestic, municipal, and ecological. So in addition to the time volunteered by these folks to participate in the collaborative itself, they also volunteered their time to serve in these working groups, which is additional. The agricultural working group was driven by irrigators and ranchers They focused on irrigation efficiency, crop viability, and the economic implications of reducing groundwater use. This group played a major role in shaping strategies like exploring a voluntary agreement, CREP, and other efficiency projects. The Domestic Municipal Working Group elevated the concerns of rural well owners and the cities of Burns and Hines. This group's work led directly to the creation of the Harney Domestic Well Fund, which you've heard is already in place today. And lastly, the Ecological Working Group included a member of the Burns Paiute Tribe, a representative from the Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, and conservation organizations like Water Watch, the Nature Conservancy, and the Bird Society of Oregon. They examined groundwater dependent ecosystems, wetlands, rivers, lakes, springs, meadows, species, ensuring ecological values were integrated into this plan. When the collaborative transitioned to surface water planning, we expanded into 4 new working groups to reflect the distinct challenges of streams, rivers, lakes, wetlands, floodplains, etc. The Vegetation Management Group, led by a representative from the Eastern Oregon Agricultural Research Center, also worked with landowners and agencies like BLM, looked at upland conifer encroachment and riparian vegetation health, and focused on those 2 items in addition to wildfire risks. The Ecological Working Group continued in the surface water planning phase, but now with a focus on in-stream flows, aquatic species, and migratory bird habitats, in addition to wetlands, lakes, rivers, streams, tying surface water needs to ecological resilience. The Surface Water Management Working Group was anchored by landowners and surface water irrigators focused on allocation and infrastructure, so how water is diverted, measured, and managed. They emphasized the modernization of headgates and diversions to reduce loss and improve accountability. And finally, the Surface Water Groundwater Interaction Working Group brought together agricultural voices, scientists like Ken Beerley in the room, and other agencies to examine the role of flood irrigation in recharge. Their work really underscored that surface and groundwater cannot be managed in isolation. The Harney Basin faces a complex web of water challenges, some longstanding, others newly emerging that were identified through the work of our working groups, through lived experience, through the scientists that were in the room, technical folks that were in the room. They combine agency data, technical analysis, and historic resident knowledge to arrive at this shared picture. I recognize that domestic well declines is highlighted. That's a typo, my apologies. The main challenges that the integrated plan highlights are those bullet points there. Groundwater overdraft of about 110 acre-feet per year. As you've heard, each year pumping exceeds recharge, leading to declining aquifers, expanding cones of depression, and well failures for both households and farms. For over a century, legal rights to water have exceeded what the system can reliably provide. In drought years, this results in curtailments and conflict between senior and junior users. Farming and ranching, the backbone of the basin's economy, now face increasing uncertainty. Producers struggle to plan crops and investments when water supplies are shrinking and unpredictable. Residents, particularly in rural areas, have already felt the impacts firsthand. Wells have gone dry, financial burdens have been placed on domestic well owners. Red-band trout, wetlands, migratory birds depend on flows that are dwindling. Springs and riparian corridors tied to groundwater are under increasing stress. And climate change compounds all of these problems. Hotter summers, diminished snowpack, and earlier runoff intensify longstanding issues and make those future supplies harder to predict. These challenges, validated by both technical studies and lived experiences by the folks in this room, gave the collaborative a common starting point. From there, we asked the harder question, what do we do about it? This is what led to the development of our strategies. This slide is meant to introduce the categories of strategies developed by the collaborative. We developed 31 strategies aimed at addressing the critical issues for groundwater and 18 strategies aimed at addressing the critical surface water issues. On the groundwater side, we had these buckets. So reducing agricultural irrigation, addressing domestic well issues, et cetera, et cetera. Those 31 strategies all were organized into one of those buckets. The same process was followed for surface water, just different categories. This helped us kind of keep things organized. You can imagine that having this many strategies was challenging to keep track of, and you'd be correct. So there is a whole lot on this slide and the next slide. This was my best attempt at summarizing all 31 strategies on one slide. So in the reducing agricultural irrigation category, these are things that include the voluntary incentive-based pumping reductions, irrigation efficiency projects, crop switching to less water-intensive varieties, and CREP enrollments. I want to clarify something that you heard earlier. The collaborative had a strategy related to voluntary agreements. That strategy was to explore what it could look like. So we had a study done by Culp and Kelly and the Environmental Defense Fund that showed us what it could look like. The second bucket that strategies were organized into was about addressing domestic well issues. Again, the Harney Domestic Well Fund was a direct product of the collaborative's work and something that we implemented while we were still in the process of planning. Conserving groundwater dependent ecosystems. So strategies here focus on protecting springs and wetlands tied to aquifer discharge, supporting meadow restoration and recharge protection, and expanding monitoring to better track ecosystem health. Measuring and reporting groundwater use. This means expanding metering of high capacity irrigation wells, using remote sensing to validate crop water demand, and creating some type of reporting system tied directly to adaptive management. So again, these are not verbatim what our strategies are. These are my best attempt to summarize all of those in a 30-minute presentation. The plan calls for clear compliance with water rights and curtailments. So transparent tracking of reductions under voluntary programs, public reporting of progress, so the community can stay on track and can also see what's being achieved. And then the last bucket was collecting and sharing information. So we want to continue that transparent process with data sharing agreements across agencies and stakeholder groups. We want community-friendly communications so that we make sure that information isn't just collected, but it's actually usable by the people who need it. For the groundwater phase, these 31 strategies, we started with like 96 strategy concepts. And the collaborative worked really, really hard to dilute those down into the 31 strategies that you'll see in the groundwater plan and the integrated plan. So you can imagine how much wordsmithing, how much recategorizing took place during our meetings. We're confident that those 31 strategies balance the most urgent needs related to groundwater. Same type of process was followed with surface water. Again, this is not an exhaustive list of our 18 strategies for surface water, but my best attempt at summarizing. Again, we had many more ideas for strategies or concepts, one-pagers is what we called them during our process, but we condensed them down into the 18 that are in those plans. So the first bucket that we categorized into is watershed management. Strategies here included reconnecting floodplains to store more water on the landscape, reintroducing beavers to restore natural hydrologic function, and expanding water quality monitoring at the watershed scale. Conifer and riparian conditions, we talked about thinning upland conifers to reduce ET or evapotranspiration, planting riparian vegetation for shade and bank stabilization, and built on the riparian studies that were already underway by other collaboratives in the Harney Basin. Addressing the historic overallocation of surface water was another big one. Strategies here involve evaluating the water rights portfolio for efficiency and fairness, upgrading infrastructure to reduce losses, and encouraging voluntary reallocation and in-stream transfers where possible. In-stream uses and ecology include looking at in-stream flow protections for red band trout and other wetland habitats, looking at fish passage, side channel reconnection projects, seasonal flow management, etc. Out of stream uses, we talked about modernizing agricultural diversions at the head gates, improving measurement of withdrawals and return flows, and aligning irrigation practices more closely with ecological priorities. We talked about climate change. We know the basin is facing reduced snowpack and earlier runoff. So we talked about scenario planning, how to promote drought resilience crops, and incorporating climate projections into adaptive management. And then lastly, for surface water, we had a lot of limited information. So we want to expand surface water gauging and diversion measurement, improve data on groundwater surface water interactions, and share findings in plain language. So again, the community can easily understand progress and what's going on. With both groundwater and surface water, the collaborative has identified a comprehensive set of strategies, but the strategies alone aren't enough, and we understand that. During our planning process, we also thought really hard about when and how the strategies would be carried out. We built 2 implementation frameworks, which are these huge spreadsheets that detail all of our strategies. All of those strategies that I just discussed also have sets of recommended actions of how to achieve those strategies. Those implementation frameworks also have information on who should be the lead, who should be the supporting lead, where funding should come from, and then the time frame of when things should be implemented. So again, summary slide. This is not exhaustive, but this is how we are thinking of phasing the strategies over time. Within the first 1 to 3 years, we are focused on urgent actions and quick wins that build momentum. So that includes the Domestic Well Fund, implemented, CREP, Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, implemented, irrigation efficiency projects. You've heard folks in the room already trying to bring in irrigation efficiency. We want to expand monitoring and riparian studies that are, again, currently underway. We want to continue on these early actions to show that the plan isn't just aspirational, but it's already being put into practice. In the midterm, the next 4 to 10 years, the focus would shift to larger scale restoration and protection efforts. These would include riparian and upland vegetation projects, in-stream flow protections, fish passage improvements, and modernization of irrigation infrastructure. We know that these strategies take more time to design and to fund, but they would deliver basin-wide benefits for both ecology and agriculture. I'm going to pause real quick. The numbers right next to near term, midterm, long term, so 27, 17, and 5, those are the number of strategies that are associated with those. And lastly, in the long term, the plan looks towards climate adaptation and resilience. So these include things like looking at managed aquifer recharge, diversifying the local economy to reduce the stress on water, and scaling up conservation programs basin-wide. So laying out that roadmap and detailing the implementation frameworks shows us what needs to happen and when, but just as important is the question of who will actually carry implementation forward and how oversight will work to ensure accountability. The collaborative has communicated and discussed this topic for a very long time. We have discussed that implementation will be led by the Harney County Watershed Council. The Watershed Council has served again as the local sponsor throughout the planning process. Karen Moon, who's in the room currently, has been my right-hand woman through this entire process. And the Watershed Council is very well versed at continuing this forward. They have the credibility, they have strong community relationships, and they have a history of convening diverse partners. The High Desert Partnership, while not directly involved in the surface water planning phase, will also play a supportive role during implementation. With its staff and resources, HDP can help coordinate across agencies and stakeholders and really serve as a backbone organization as strategies do move forward. We do anticipate interested collaborative members also continuing to have a role in implementation and in oversight. We want to continue to follow OWRD's guidelines for balanced representation. So that means that folks from agriculture, tribes, conservation groups, municipalities, agencies, residents would all continue to have a seat at the table if they want it. You can imagine that after 9 years of this work, some folks are a little burnt out. So we did not want to place the onus on them to continue this forward, but there is a seat at the table if they want it. We expect funding for implementation to come from a mix of state and federal programs. We anticipate funding from OWRD, NRCS, along with other philanthropic partners. Having an integrated plan in place makes the community far more competitive for these dollars. Finally, the plan emphasizes accountability through progress reports and adaptive management. That means, again, reporting back to the community. One big topic that the collaborative talked about continuously was not having a plan that just sits on the shelf. And so for the community for the collaborative, that means that the community needs to be involved at all milestones. They need to know where information is housed. They need to know how they can get involved. They need to have access to the really technical information, but also need to have access to a public-facing document that summarizes that technical information into small sound bites. That's really important to us. So in short, implementation for the collaborative is structured, it's inclusive, and it's already in motion. We're providing a framework for securing the partnerships and the resources needed to ensure long-term sustainability of the plan. With the implementation structure in place, we know who will lead, we know how oversight will work, we know where we hope we know where the funding comes from, and we are doing our best to put accountability mechanisms in place as well. The collaborative is completely aware that success doesn't just come from one organization or one committee or one collaborative. We are fully aware that everyone in the basin has a role to play for this plan to be successful. We have an entire section in the integrated plan on how you can help, what you can do as a message to community members that are reading the plan. We think community members play a crucial role in conserving water, staying engaged, and helping shape strategies as they evolve. We're aware that irrigators and landowners are really at the core of implementation, leading on irrigation upgrades, participating in programs like CREP, and continuing their stewardship of riparian and working lands. Tribes and conservation organizations continue to bring cultural knowledge and ecological expertise that are essential for strategies related to restoring habitats, protecting flows, and ensuring the health of the basin's ecosystems. And state and federal agencies provide us with the resources and support systems that make our community-led solutions possible. Funding, data, technical tools, and regulatory alignment. Those partnerships are incredibly important to the collaborative. And the key point of me saying all this is that our plan only works if everyone continues to stay engaged and contribute. And you can see from the folks in this room that that is not going to be an issue at all. Thank you, commissioners, for your time and for the continued support the state has shown through this process. We know that the Harney Basin faces complex challenges, but this integrated plan represents a community-driven roadmap to help with a sustainable water future. It was built on nearly a decade of collaboration, trust building, and difficult but necessary conversations amongst neighbors, agencies, tribes, and partners. Some of our strategies have already been implemented, which shows that we can be successful with this planning process. And we're really hopeful for state recognition of the integrated plan. That recognition will not only validate the work that we've done, but will also help unlock the resources and partnerships we need to continue moving forward. On behalf of the Harney Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative, I want to again share my appreciation for your listening today and for your consideration of us for state recognition.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'm just still taking it all in. This is, and I don't think you need to worry. This is not going to be a document that just sits on the shelf. This is such a comprehensive document. I can't even think of what could have gotten left out. I mean, all the stakeholders that came together to work on this. It's such a testament to the dedication of this basin and the people that live in this basin. And there's only, what, 7,500 people that live in this area. It's pretty incredible how you've come together to produce such a wonderful document. And this document, I think, could be a guide to other communities and other basins that are looking to follow this same process. So really very much appreciate your work on this. Do we have any other comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Lee?
I would just echo your comments. You took the words out of my mouth. The comprehensiveness, the community support. And now moving forward, I expect that we will see that same kind of commitment. And thank you so much to the staff as well.
Nope. We're all just blown away, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Mall.
I do have one question. I'm a little surprised, having said all that. Yes. I'm just a little surprised that the economic development piece is in the distance in the 10-year plus window. I would have thought that would have been job one. Any thoughts on why?
We wanted to do an economic analysis of the basin. It's very expensive and required resources that we did not have at the time. So we did our best to estimate the economic contributions of all the different sectors in the basin. But having a comprehensive study is something that we need additional support with.
Great.
I looked behind me because I wanted to see if anybody from the collaborative wanted to say anything. Ken Beerley just whispered in my ear. OWRD and USGS did an economic study of surface water in the basin.
Yeah, I think that, you know, based on the conversations that we had this morning and previously, these decisions we're making about water are fundamentally economic decisions. And I think that both at the state level with the leadership of the current governor and certainly at the federal level, at a time when the availability of funding for water and wildlife associated things is quite frankly dipping. The opportunity for funding associated with economic development, I think, is on the rise and there's opportunity there. And so I would just encourage you to look to us and as much as we can to support those things and demonstrate that this isn't a conservation versus development sort of situation here. This is community and that economic development, again, based in water is such a fundamental thing that maybe use some adaptive management within the plan, printed though it is, and find some ways to maybe accelerate some of that to maybe within the first 5 years or something like
Yeah,
that.
thank you.
Love to help in any way we could with that.
I'll hold you to that.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner Mall. Anyone else? Commissioner Newman?
I just want to say I'm really impressed with the amount of work and time that has gone into this. And I should just note that, well, that's enough. Thank you. I'm really impressed.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chiara?
I've gotten so used to seeing all of you folks over the last 8 years that it's gonna be kind of strange not to have you show up. But great job. Thanks for hanging in there and just, even if it was 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, you kept going. And you guys, the whole basin must be commended for the amount of effort you guys put in. And I think it's gonna be well worth it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we have one more step here. Do we have a motion? Oh, yeah, just spit it up on the screen there. Thank you. That's helpful. Commissioner Chiara, were you looking to make a motion?
I am.
It is up on the screen. Okay, that's okay. You got it? Okay, good. All right, we're good.
Work it. I move that we vote to formally recognize the Harney County Community-Based Water Planning Collaborative Integrated Water Resource Plan as included as attachment 4 by the Water Resources Commission.
Second.
Commissioner Mall?
Yes.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes.
Commissioner Newman?
Yes.
Commissioner Chiara?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion passes. Congratulations. Feel like we should clap.
Oh, very exciting.
It did. It did. Like, thank you again for your report. We appreciate it. Very well done.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so we're moving on to, got a couple more agenda items. We already adopted the meeting minutes. That's agenda item I. So next agenda item is item J, which is commissioner comments. And I think I'm going to start with Commissioner Mall. It is fair.
Smitherman, that me? First, I wanted just to recognize where we are and recognize the generosity of the Confederated Tribes of the Warm Springs Reservation for allowing us to be here. I think my understanding is that this was gratis, that the use of this space was just offered to us completely freely. I greatly appreciate that. Having been here 2 years ago with the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts and meeting over 3 days with members of the tribe and looking at some of their projects, the mix of their blending of economic development tools with cultural tradition, I think is exemplary. And I think that very often in these conversations, we're quick to forget that even as we rightfully are proud of our forebears, 3rd, 4th, 5th generation, though they might be, the tribes across Oregon have been here long before that. And I think the pragmatism that they bring to these questions of cultural persistence, economic development, land and water conservation is exemplary and something to be both celebrated and followed and supported and worked with. And I found them to a tribe to be very productive to work with. I feel like we are both, again, I wanted to echo what I briefly said earlier, that the welcome that I received, and that I think Commissioner Wolf would say the same back at the beginning of August when we were there for a couple days in the two hearings, was wonderful. I really appreciate the individuals and the families and the groups of people that wanted to talk and were open and honest, and we're welcoming. I would like to recommend that going forward, all commissioners consider taking the time, a couple days to attend and chair. That's not quite the right word. What did I do on those hearings? I was the hearings officer, to serve as the hearings officer for rulemaking or wherever it's appropriate. It's just a wonderful way for us to get immersed in something between the quarterly meetings that we have, and sort of embody the issues that we're trying to deal with sometimes just rationally. I think I've been thinking about how, where are we in all this, and the word reckoning comes to mind. And I think these days reckoning has this sense of, oh shit, here we go. Now it's caught up with us. And I think it carries sort of a negative tone that we messed up and we need to do better. But if we go back in time, there was this concept of dead reckoning among the explorers in the early days. And that was using charts that they had, some maps, but not really being able to navigate with the stars. So you were kind of going with very limited information and just what some other people had done before you. And I think the explorers that worked that way either didn't make it or they did. And I think sometimes they often came back with a little bit more humility about what they knew, what they assumed, and what it meant to learn. And I feel like that's kind of where we are, that we are shifting from a dead reckoning approach to water, where things are all right. This is how it was done before, so it'll be fine, to now having more data to say, oh, things aren't fine. And I think there's an honesty that we've all practiced. And again, I see to a person in this room that, yeah, we need to do better with data and commit ourselves to a person to collecting it and using it and making the tough decisions about, well, where do we go? How do we explore? And how do we be creative about the next generations that are going to be here long after we are in the basin? So offer that as I don't know, just some reflection on words to guide us through what are going to continue to be tough times, but with good humor and love and support for each other. I think we'll do well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mall. Love and support. I think that's a good ending to that. Commissioner Newman.
I just want to say thank you. Yeah, I don't have any commissioner report necessarily. Say I know that I put a lot preparing for this meeting with all of this good staff work presented to us, and I really love the field to her yesterday. In addition to staff, I appreciate all of you who came a long way for this meeting, and it's just great. All these folks are involved in these issues, and I know they're hard on all things, but we're facing. We're doing our best. Thank you.
Thank. Want to say that again?
No. Thank you all.
Thank you, Commissioner Newman. Commissioner Lee.
Yes, since we met yesterday with Ellen Hammond of the Jefferson Soil and Water Conservation District, I wanted to talk just a little bit about conservation districts more generally. The Oregon Association of Conservation Districts represents 45 of them. They're local governments, and generally they're based on county boundaries. I'm on the board of the Clackamas Soil and Water Conservation District, and we were able to get a tax base, so we have a budget of about $4 million a year. We do a number of water conservation projects, and we also fund the watershed councils. We provide about $100,000 a year to the councils through grants for their work, and another $80,000 for farmer markets in our area. So we provide a lot of technical services on the ground, and we work with the NRCS to provide even more. I would really like to, at some point, have us maybe have where we go on a field tour to maybe have another district talk about their work as time would allow. But earlier this week, I was at the National Association of Conservation Districts in Colorado. And it was very interesting to hear about programs other states are doing. For example, in Colorado in 2021, the legislature approved a program that's called Wildfire Ready Watersheds. And they actually fund grants then for projects to avoid wildfires. Oregon is part of the Pacific region of NACD, and we're joined with the Mariana Islands and Hawaii and Guam, as well as some of the western states. So next year, our regional meeting will be in Guam, and I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of work they do on the ground. But most of all, I want to thank everyone who's here from Harney, done such great work. We're looking forward to continuing to work with you. And the tours for this particular meeting were particularly good. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lee. Commissioner Kihara?
Well, my comments are more like, I'm grateful for the rain that we have had this year. I'm very grateful for the cooler weather we have had this summer. It's been, people have been able to get out and do stuff and enjoy our natural area in the Bend area especially. I've been very grateful every morning waking up and going, oh, it's another wonderful day. It's clear, it's not smoky. It's cool. This is what summer used to be like. And that also brings up the scary thought that with climate change, that kind of summer is going to become more and more rare and therefore more and more precious. It also brings to light the, our changing water situation. Just because we think we might have found more groundwater in areas around the world does not mean that it's ours to take and develop and use, because we are not the only creatures on this planet that need the water and use the water. And to have that kind of perspective and gratefulness and being wise enough to say that no, we humans don't own the planet. We are a part of the planet, and let's be careful about it. And just the sense of gratefulness of being here and being a part of the planet and doing our best to make the world and our lives and our children's lives better because of the things that we decide and do here now is a great challenge, a great responsibility, and I'm grateful to be a part of it. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kihara. Again, thank you. I want to thank everyone for attending today, for traveling a long ways to be here, for all of the wonderful comments. I know we still have some public comment to get to. I just wanted to quickly share a story that I work for a municipality in Southern Oregon, and a couple weeks ago we had a big emergency, which showed us the importance of our WMCP, our Water Management and Conservation Plan. We went into stage 5 curtailment. It was an emergency situation. Could tell you the details another time, but what we learned from that process was to not be afraid to ask our partners for help, to collaborate and work together instead of trying to take care of things just on your own, reaching out, working with the county, working with our partners at the city, working with partners throughout the community. And again, just asking people to reduce their water usage. We had to ask our community to cut back on all non-essential uses of water. And of course, what does that mean? Because everyone has a different opinion on what that means, but in this case, it was all outdoor water use. Luckily, this only lasted for 2 days, but it still made everyone really think about, okay, well, what happens if we don't have water? So really, it started making people realize that it gave us the value of water, and when it comes to our drinking water, we're expect it to come out of the tap, and so when it doesn't, you know, it really gets you to start thinking about the process, how much water we use, and where we can be more efficient in using it. So just want to reiterate that collaboration is very important, not to be scared and think that you should have it all under control, but to rely on your partners. And I think that a lot of people in this room, going back to this place-based planning, that's exactly what's being done. But I'm glad we got through that. We're on the other side of it. And we've had a lot of people reach out about water conservation programs as a result of it. So that is exciting for our teams. Again, just wanted to thank everyone here. We had really great tours yesterday morning. From learning about seed production to the hydroelectric dam to learning about producing water from solar generation. What they were all fascinating, but one thing that I took away was carrot seeds smell really good. Had no idea. So again, I appreciate my fellow commissioners for all of your comments, really thoughtful. And again, thank you to everyone here. So that'll conclude our commissioner reports, and we can move on to public comment. So first up, I'm going to bring up in the room, we have Rob Frank.
Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to comment. My name is Rob Frank. I'm a Harney County Commissioner, and I represent the County of Harney on this issue. I'll try to keep my comments brief so that at the end you can ask questions and we can be a little more conversational about this. And I'll try to limit my comments to voluntary agreements, community-based water planning, and a petition for amendment that you're not aware of yet, or maybe you are. Harney County supports voluntary agreements in principle. However, we found the staff report guidance to be more restrictive than we expected and not allow for flexibility to preempt or complement regulatory controls. For example, those minimum participation levels outlined in the guidance hamper a community's ability to reduce water use in a way that would work for stakeholders like voluntary agreements, water banking, or water markets, water sharing. Harney County supports the Integrated Water Resources Plan, so thank you for approving that. We support that as presented. We would note, however, on the process of that, and to be clear, this isn't a comment for our project manager, Holly, but rather the bureaucratic hurdles that the collaborative faced. But that project took almost 10 years. And by the end of the process, the engagement of local stakeholders had dropped off dramatically. And I don't think that's what the legislature intended when they acknowledged the importance of community-driven problem solving. But we are really excited to start implementing that plan. So thank you for passing that. There is a petition amendment that will come to light, and I did just want to briefly say that it is a better reflection of a plan that will work towards stabilizing groundwater and not devastating our community. It better addresses the concerns that Kelly highlighted in his summarized comments. I think it really adequately addresses those public comments. But we do, as a county, have great concern over regulating the western and southern regions as they relate to water budgets. And that being said, please ask me some questions. Or not. Thank you. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out.
Any questions? Not at this time, but if we think of one, we will reach out.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Sabrina Maki.
Speaking is not my strong suit, so I apologize that I will be reading my comments. And I want to thank you for giving us opportunity to speak today. My name is Sabrina Mackey, and man,
there's no rush at all. Take your time.
My family is landowners and irrigators in the basin, and we've lived in Harney County for My kids are 5th generation. And like many in this community, our livelihood and our future are tied directly to the health of our groundwater. Oh, thanks, Jacob. Oh. Okay,
There's
sorry,
that
man.
community spirit right there.
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
Thank you. Deep breaths. Okay. I want to emphasize 3 points today. First, the importance of the community voice. The approach recommended by the department and approved by the commission will shape the future of the Harney Basin for decades. Yet the department staff report on voluntary agreements seemed to be another example that showed very little feedback from the people who will actually be impacted by this guidance. That's not because we don't care. It's because we were not meaningfully brought into the process, a process that is really hard for those of us in agriculture that we don't get paid to show up to these meetings. This is time out of our jobs and our lives, and it's hard to show up. Like the place-based planning taking 10 years to come up with something, like that is hard on farmers. I don't know how much you know about agriculture, but the work literally never stops. And it can be hard to show up. And I think that we have to find a way to meaningfully bring the community into the process without this excessive burnout. A voluntary agreement should be voluntary, built with the people who are going to live with the outcomes. And a true voluntary agreement requires collaboration, and collaboration requires that we have a real seat at the table. I think that there's been some meetings over the past few years that we haven't felt like we had a seat at the table. We came, we asked questions, and those questions were not always answered. The second thing I would like to point out is the need for balance between regulation and voluntary action. For over a decade, the department has promised a mix of regulatory and voluntary tools, but the voluntary framework presented looks like another regulatory process, something that the department will implement with or without our consent. That undermines trust and weakens the willingness of the community to collaborate. Our community has shown that we're willing to come together and take responsibility. But what we need is flexibility, the ability to share water with our neighbors, to adapt locally, and to build solutions that work for our landscape and our livelihoods. To succeed, the department must honor its word and employ a true mix of regulatory and voluntary approaches that gives us flexibility and ownership in solving this problem. And last is the need to avoid unnecessary litigation. If the commission adopts a path forward that feels imposed on us rather than agreed to, people will be forced into court to defend themselves and our livelihoods. That path is expensive for irrigators, many of whom are already operating on thin margins, and expensive for taxpayers who will foot the bill for the state attorneys. It shouldn't be the irrigators who are forced into costly litigation just to defend our way of life. For more than a decade, it's been the department's responsibility to use the best available science and to work collaboratively with us on solutions. When that responsibility is not met, that burden shifts unfairly onto family farmers and ranchers who can least afford it. Litigation is a failure of process, not a solution. And it happens when collaborations are replaced with top-down decisions. And as a community, we feel it's not too late to avoid this outcome. I want to take a moment and publicly thank our representative, Mark Owens. I don't know if many people know in the community where we would have been without his help, his efforts on our behalf. Without his efforts on our behalf, we would not have made it through this process. His knowledge, his experience, and most importantly, his ability to collaborate and lead have been invaluable to our community. The truth is that without his advocacy, the department would have made decisions about us without us. And we would not have the ability to have a voice in this process. He's helped make sure our voices were heard, and for that, we are deeply grateful. We are pleading with the commission to seriously consider the community alternative and petition that's being submitted. That proposal represents an extraordinary effort by our neighbors on a very short timeline to come together and to create a path towards dynamic stability and to demonstrate a genuine commitment to collaboration. If the commission adopts this approach, we truly have a chance to solve this together. Harney County is not just a basin on a map or numbers on a chart. It's a community. Many of the petitioners are people I know. I can tell you what number their kid is on our football team. I've met with their wives during a parent-teacher conference. I know whose kid got grand championship win at the county fair. They fed my kids dinner when I couldn't make it to pick up on time. They've coached, they've taught, they've supported my kids. We've gone to church together, fundraised together, worked in concession stands together. All of it adds up. Our children and grandchildren are classmates and teammates and friends. Please do not carelessly tear our community apart. In closing, I urge you, choose collaboration over conflict, choose flexibility over a rigid process, and most of all, choose to trust the people of the Harney Basin, because no one has more at stake in getting this right than we do. Our hope is with you guys. Thank you for your time.
Very well said. Thank you for your, no, don't be sorry at all. It shows how deeply this impacts this community. And we appreciate you taking the time, and that's okay. I'm just gonna keep talking to you. No, not at all. We're gonna take your comments to heart. So thank you for your time. Okay. All right, next up, we're gonna go virtual. Do we have Scott Fine online?
Yes, you do.
Great. Thank you for joining us, Scott. Go ahead with your comments.
I am Scott Fine. I'm a registered professional land surveyor, certified water right examiner. I do a lot of unique things, transfers, claims of beneficial use, water right applications, and general water rights consultation and irrigation. I work out of Southwest Oregon, mainly Jackson, Josephine counties. I am here today to talk about the water right process and just frankly how unfortunately OWRD has evolved to a level where the staff either does not understand the law, is unwilling to follow the law. I'm not here to advocate for any specific application. I'm just trying to tell you what is going on, that we are at the level where we have signed preliminary final orders by Alyssa Muckin on behalf of Tom Byler from back in 2021 that made it through the protest period with no protests whatsoever. The applicant was directed to pay the permit fees, which they did on time in 2022. This is all tied to a rancher giving up 80 acres of primary 1890 Grave Creek water right so that they can dry up 80 acres of ground because they understand the water scarcity and to obtain a supplemental groundwater right, thereby tying it to an in-stream water right creation. We have been working on this with department staff. The transfers section have been wonderful. I cannot give enough accolades to people like Sarah Henderson. They are absolute rock stars for doing the hard work of getting water in stream and finding pragmatic solutions like I'm referring to. Where this has unfortunately landed is, I think, is either a lack of education issue, a new staff issue, maybe just a rolling turnover issue in the water rights section, because this is caseworker number 6. But after 7 years and having these preliminary final orders in place, and this is all tied to good work putting water in stream, we are being told in writing from department staff that they will be rescinding a signed preliminary final order from 2021 that has made it through the protest period with no negative public comment, that the in-stream water right transfer that it's tied to, that was supported by Dwight French, that OWRD, that was supported by DEQ and ODFW. This was like real consensus, like private sector collaboration building to work with a rancher to create legal water right paperwork for supplemental groundwater rights and put water in stream. My point of bringing this up is this is not even a water right technical issue at this point in terms of how broken the process is. And I am referring to water right permits and applications. It's a civil and legal issue. And where I am stuck with, and even the transfers folks are stuck with, we're all sitting here waiting, trying to put water in stream, trying to do good things, find solutions between farmers and in-stream needs. And basically, we just have people who can't follow the law. So I have to tell people you need to go retain legal counsel, and you need to look at ORS 537-621 and ask your legal counsel about filing writs of mandamus. And so I don't know what you guys can do about it as the commission. I've reached out to Director Gall. I've spoken with high level management, Katie Ratcliffe, and it's just an unfortunate situation. And so, you know, unless something changes, right, as a private sector person that works with ranchers and farmers, and even just municipalities that are dealing with water issues and private water districts, this is an everybody thing. It's not even just a farming thing. It's an anybody water thing. That if that process is so broke on water rights, where we cannot do things creating new water rights with junior priority dates, and we're putting senior water rights in stream to mitigate for impacts, and we get agency buy-in and the process is just broken. I have to come here today. Nobody's paying me to do this. I'm just here because I care. And that's all I have to say. And I hope you guys take this to heart. And I hope Director Gall hears this and he maybe can give me a phone call and we can all really work together to collaborate, because ending up in court and putting these types of things in front of a judge is not to benefit to any of us, because it's not even about the water right technical issues. It's a civil issue about not following the law. And we just at least need to start there. And I commend all you guys for the hard work that you're doing. And if anyone has any questions or wants to reach out to me, I am very easily found. I'm on the state's certified water right examiner list. And thank you for all of your hard work.
Thank you, Scott. Commissioners, any questions, comments? Yes, I think, thank you for your comments, for your feedback. I think we will, as the commission, work with staff to understand the issue in more detail. And thank you for bringing it to us today in public comment. Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you very much. And I would say this is not unique to any one application. Like, this is a more of a macro level issue. So,
okay,
thank you.
Appreciate your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have, I'm gonna go, is it Vernie Williams Scott?
Vice Chair, I don't see her in the room.
Okay, we can come back to that just in case. How about, we've got Angela Ketcher? Angela, are you here? Yes.
Letting Larissa go first, my presentation kind of follows from.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. Yes. Larissa, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you, commissioners, for having the opportunity to give me a chance to have public comment today. My name is Larissa Singhos. I'm a farmer and rancher in Riley, Oregon, which is in the Silver Creek sub area of the Harney Basin. I'd like to take this time to let the commission know that we are going to about the forthcoming voluntary agreement for the Upper Silver Creek and the Harney Lake Warm Springs Valley area, and we plan to bring that forward to the commission in December. For nearly a decade, the department has been expressing interest in voluntary joint action with groundwater users in our basin, including in areas where groundwater levels are reasonably stable, like the Silver Creek drainage area. ORS 537.525 states a preference for voluntary joint action between the commission and groundwater users. It is with that knowledge of that statutory preference that we have embarked on this important effort. We believe that voluntary agreements will protect water rights as required by ORS 537.525 and provide a better way forward to manage water than regulations alone. We believe that voluntary agreements are the future for water management in the Harney Basin and the state. Voluntary agreements will promote responsible groundwater use that will better serve the community. Voluntary agreements will provide a path for the commission and the department to partner and listen to communities. We appreciate the department and the USGS for the work on the groundwater study and groundwater budget report. The scientists were very responsive to our feedback and contributions. We have not yet had the opportunity to partner with the department to use the information to investigate voluntary agreements in the Silver Creek drainage area. We look forward to working with technical experts, including those at Water Resource Department, to inform our efforts. Groundwater in our portion of the basin is primarily recharging through the Silver Creek and as well as other tributaries on the west side of the basin. Our groundwater is distinct from other recharge areas and also has many characteristics that make it different. The groundwater study included Weaver Springs in the western region of the groundwater budget for study purposes, but available data shows that Weaver Springs is geologically and hydraulically distinct from other parts of the basin. We still have many questions about groundwater sources and flow paths in our part of the basin and look forward to partnering with the department and other scientific experts to answer these outstanding questions. The groundwater in the upper Silver Creek area is reasonably stable, with groundwater level trends in 2025 have trended up, with 19 of the 20 wells that have been measured have increased 0.5 to 3 feet, which has came to over a foot increase in the wells in the Silver Creek area. This to me suggests a quick recharge response, which is also could probably be backed up in the geological study of the area. During the study period, the Harney Basin was in a 20-year drought, and in the last 3 years, we have been back to average or above average precipitation, which is resulting in well level increases. There's 8 wells in the area that we have looked upon that are above or at reference levels as much as 13 feet in some. Without reduction, Silver Creek has shown to be near stable and projected at a 0.1 decline. To our knowledge, there's no domestic wells in Riley that have lost water or been forced to deepen. There's no concerns have been publicly raised by domestic or stock well users in our area. We are very distinct from other areas of the basin in this way. With the data available in existing water laws and policies, we feel we can form a voluntary agreement that supports all beneficial uses. The majority of water users in the upper Silver Creek area have met 3 times to talk about voluntary agreements and have a shared desire to manage the resource responsibly. We will work to coordinate a meeting with the department and interested commissioners over the next few months. We sincerely look forward to partnering with the Commission Department to maintain reasonably stable groundwater levels in our area, balance different beneficial uses of groundwater, and ensure perpetual use of Silver Creek. Now I'd just like to take a little time to introduce you to the Riley community. Every farm and ranch is family owned and operated, with multi-generational involvement that includes 2 or 3 generations working together. A lot of the hay grown is for livestock feed, which allows for self-sufficient operation that helps reduce the cost of feed for these operations. We are a community that has an understanding and a willingness to sustainably manage our resources. We are committed to conserving water to preserve our way of life into the future. We want our children and our children's children to be able to farm the land and feel the pride of earning a living by creating a product we are proud of and that helps feed people. Together, we feel we can secure that future. The very survival of our area and of Harney County depends on it. And we just look forward to partnering to work for a solution that benefits our community and can work towards conservation in a way that we can still save the farms. That's how we pay our bills. And every little bit that we lose adds up with small margins. Family farms can't take too big of a hit and still be sustainable, which is what everybody in this room benefits from. When family farms or any farm stays in business, we all benefit because we all need them. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Any comments from commissioners? No, thank you. So I will go ahead and have call on Angela Ketchner. Catcher, sorry, no N in there, Catcher. Thank you.
How are you? Good.
Good. Thank you for being here.
I'm probably not here for the same kind of information that you've gotten in the last little bit. I want to tell you about the people of Harney County. And I'm going to tell you a little story of when we moved to Harney County. We've only been in Harney County for a little over 30 years now. And in Harney County, that's a very short time compared to most of the people in Harney County. When I first moved here, luckily I had known a couple ladies and cattle women when my husband and we lived in Enterprise and moved from Enterprise to Harney County. My husband grew up in California. I grew up in the Valley in Albany. We didn't know anything about Harney County, but we decided it was a good place to go. Number one, meeting the people. The environment was beautiful, and I'd never want to live anywhere else. My husband's family, they moved in the 70s to Enterprise. We got married, and shortly after that, we kind of got inundated by people moving from other parts of the country, so it was time to leave Enterprise. So I had been in cattle women for a long time. And when I showed up in Harney County, the first thing I got was a whole bunch of cattle women at my door asking me if I would be a cattle woman. Well, I'd only been there a couple months, and sure, why not? I didn't know anybody. Well, come to find out, in the next couple of weeks, these women in Harney County, there was quite a few of them and they'd been doing this for years. They head to Portland, to all the Portland schools to talk about what? Harney County, the ranching life, beef. They go there, they cook. These women are all volunteers. You have to remember, on a ranch, a woman works just as hard as a man. And to take that time out of their day, and believe me, it's a 5-hour drive from Harney County to Portland. And to take that time to go and do a volunteer activity means a lot. And like I said, I'd only been there a few months. Then I started meeting my neighbors. Some of them are in this room. And again, all volunteer, come right to your door, see if you need anything, want anything. These people in Harney County, they know how to work together. They know how important volunteering in your community is. So when we come down to volunteer agreements, this county, they're going to do the very best they can. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. We do have Colton Ross, Ketcher? They're not here, okay. Did Bernie come back into the room by chance? No, okay. Let's go to Crystal Otley online. Crystal, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you for taking my comments. I am here on behalf of the the Harney County Farm Bureau. And I would just like to make a comment that I know Mark Owens has a petition that he's going to bring forth, and our board is on board with what he's bringing forward. And that, I guess that's my main thing, is just we support what he has to bring forward when he does that.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and giving your public testimony. Okay, so we do have two more. We have two more public comments, one online. It's Christopher Hall.
Well, now it's good afternoon, Vice Chair Smitherman and Commissioners. I want to thank you for this opportunity to provide another comment. And what I'd like to know is that, and I think Commissioner Smitherman will probably share similar sentiments, that we had a Rogue Water Forum in the Rogue Basin this past week. And I want to do a big shout out to OWRD Community Engagement Coordinator Sue Parrish and Jackson Soil and Water Executive Director Jill Smedstad and others who put that together. I think it was like 110, 120 people who showed up, and we could only be so lucky as to eventually create a product, a place-based planning product, should such an activity be forthcoming in the future, as good as what we saw today with the Harney County place-based planning, which was just nothing short of extraordinary. I'm deeply moved by the presentation, that publication that has been produced, and the work that was done. And the Rogue Basin could certainly benefit from such planning as well. And my hat's really off to the work that was done in the Harney Basin. And we ought to see if we can't pull that off in the Rogue Basin too. And thanks so much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you for bringing that up. And when I was mentioning earlier that other basins, because you use this as an example, the place-based planning that happened in Harney, I was thinking of our Jackson County and the work that we're just kicking off down there. So thank you, Christopher, for bringing that up. I have been given another here. Before we go to Representative Owens, I'd like to go ahead and ask Ryan Crabell, if virtual, go ahead and give your comments today. Thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Is my audio working okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Perfect. Hey, thank you for taking me last minute, and I really appreciate the opportunity to weigh in here and the important work that you all are doing. I just wanted to associate myself with the comments conveyed by Crystal Otley a few moments ago, and just lend our support to what she said and the position of the Harney County Farm Bureau. We also submitted written comment prior to the deadline last month, and would refer commission members to that comment as well. Ultimately, we believe a locally driven solution is the direction that is probably the most effective, and we understand that there are locally driven alternatives to consider, and it would appear that those might be something that we would want to heavily consider and support as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you both to Ryan and Crystal from the Harney County Farm Bureau. Appreciate you being here and giving your comments today. Thank you. Okay, and last but not least, we have Representative Mark Owens. Thank you, Mark, for being here.
Thank you, Chair or Vice Chair Smitherland, members of the committee. For the record, Mark Goins, I come to you today as a community member, a farmer, and a state representative for the Harney area and further. A couple comments real quick. One, I want to thank the ladies and gentlemen that's in the audience on the place-based planning. You have Ken Beerley, who spent a decade on this. You have Karen Moon, that has spent a decade or more on this, from putting into the grants to successfully helping Paulie Mondo navigate this the last 6 years. It's been impressive to be involved with on the groundwater portion and to watch on the surface water portion. I just want to call them out, and the staff, great staff, Lily and Alexandria, and before them, Harmony and Steve, who were the first place-based planning in the department. And thank the department for the continuation of place-based planning, because it's going to be important in other areas too. That segues right to possibly the voluntary agreement. The best way in order for us to implement place-based planning is through voluntary agreements. And if we still have maybe some concerns with the memo that has been drafted and brought forward to you, I'll just refer my comments to the staff report. On the staff report on page 2, it states, guidance document was shared with the RAC members and comments were solicited and incorporated into what was a current draft. And Mr. Spreet said, were appropriate. There were substantial comments made on this memo that were not incorporated. If I was on the commission, I'd want to ask why? What were those comments? And what was the statutory or legal basis why they weren't incorporated? Because if you look at the statute and read it, it's pretty broad. It hasn't been used. We want to use it. But we want to make sure that through that, it's the flexibility for the commission to decide, will this work? And if we put too many sideboards on it, it's not. Because a voluntary agreement is going to look different. Maybe every groundwater reservoir, maybe every administrative sub area, or definitely across the different parts of the state. As Mr. Beardley said, we hope this is not always tied to regulation. We hope this is a way that we can manage water with communities. Typically, I'm loud enough to manage groundwater with communities as we go forward. Going to the draft guidance for voluntary agreements among groundwater users from the same groundwater reservoir. Authority. It says under authority, paragraph 3, provides authority for the commission to delegate its authority to approve, reject voluntary agreements, including amendments to the director, should the commission choose to do so. It is permissive. You as a body can decide to do that or not. What I would just suggest is there's a lot of turnover in the commission, as we're going to see here in a couple of years. There's turnover in the director. So just be cautious if you guys decide to delegate that authority, because those that come after you might not want to. And as we work through these first volunteer agreements in the state, as you can see, this community wants to work with you guys and gals. We do. So please, just as you go through that, be careful. The main thing that I want to provide comments on is on page 2 of this memo, and it's the minimum participation level. The minimum participation level has been put out, as Commissioner Newman questioned, at 30%. And we heard Mr. Spreet say, well, you know, we want to make sure the state's getting enough impact in order to work through a voluntary agreement. I'm not sure that's the right approach. So let's talk about an individual potential farmer that is going to come under potentially a regulatory approach, that is going to have his or her duty limited to 2.5 acre feet, which the community might support. Say they have 10 pivots, and say 2 of those are regulated off. So now they have water for 8 pivots. Under current law, rule, or statute, they have to dry up those other 2. If they were allowed to enter a voluntary agreement just with themselves, with the state, they could share that water, that they would still be allocated, and maybe have an alternative crop to go on those 2 other pivots. So that's a very basic, simple, voluntary agreement that's not allowed unless we enter into an agreement. So the department will say they'll take more staff, take more resources, might not have enough impact for the state. What impact does that have for the individual? It could be the difference of them making it or not, going bankrupt or not. The state's already going to have to figure out how to make sure they stay within their duty of water that they have. So they say they have 3 water rights on it. One was going to be canceled, the 2 other wouldn't. Is it that hard to understand if you're remeasuring or reporting annually that you did not exceed your duty, even if you put it on the 2 pivots that were going to be dried up? I would say no. So we still don't have clarity. So if that point of appropriation that was going into those 2 pivots is going to be a valid water right if it comes under regulation. So if the department makes a determination through a contested case that water is not available for that water right, can those acres be irrigated? Can that POA actually be used? Probably not the way it's written. Why not? If it's within a quarter mile of the other POA that's on the same property, you're not causing injury. But right now that POA wouldn't be allowed to use. That doesn't make sense. If we're trying to get the most economic value for every unit of water, we're not causing injury. We're going through the goal of hitting whatever durably stable is. Should we not be allowed that? So that's a simple one. Let's look at a more one more simple one. So right now the Burns Paiute tribe couldn't enter into a volunteer agreement themselves with you guys because they don't own 30% of what the PTW would be. Is that correct? I would say no. I could go further, but I think you understand that when we look at this, the accountability needs to be there, will be there, because the state's going to have the ability to make sure that they aren't exceeding. Let's make sure that we're flexible. Groundwater reservoir, I could continue on, but we'll want to continue to work with you. There was another question asked is, we need to understand what are the statutory requirements for a volunteer agreement and what the state thinks gives them the biggest bang for the buck. 2 completely different situations, and we need to work through that. Any questions on volunteer agreements before I transition to something else? Yay. Thanks. So earlier today, you guys all received an email, and you have a hard copy in front of you. It's a petition to amend OAR 690-512 made pursuant to ORS 183.390 subsection 1, OAR 137.001.0072, OAR 690-001-0005. Petition request Oregon Water Resource Commission initiate a rulemaking to amend OAR 690-512. That's a mouthful, but for some reason somebody told me to say that. So, and when I say we, who is the we that brings us forward? It came from my office this morning, and my office on the cover letter. But as a representative, I'm very fortunate to be able to represent my communities. One of my communities is Harney Basin. And those in the Harney Basin decided to ask me to be the voice of this at this time. And the chief petitioners that we have right now is Malheur National Wildlife Refuge, the Burns Paiute Tribe, Harney County Court, the city of Hines, the city of Burns, multiple businesses, multiple landowners, and multiple irrigators. There is a signature page there. But just think about that for a second. This community has galvanized to bring you forward a petition to ask you to continue to work collaboratively with this community to solve this problem. That won't have time to go through the whole petition, nor do I want to today, nor do you, but I'll try to be quick. So this proposed rule reduction is based off of a scenario that was modeled by Oregon Water Resource Department and presented in November 13th, 2024 Rules Advisory Meeting. It is referred to Scenario B in the presentation. Scenario B was based off a 6 sub-area approach with a total reduction of 22% basin-wide from 2018 pumping levels. The reduction would start in 2030, be phased in every decade for 3 decades. The reductions that were proposed in this scenario were blank. In the presentation, it stated that Scenario B stabilizes discharge to surface water, and within 30 years, no further loss to groundwater storage. This was a modeled run that said with the reductions that were presented, stabilized discharge to surface water, and within 30 years, no further loss to groundwater storage. So if we have no further loss to groundwater storage, we're going to hit stability. Whether we call it durably stability, dynamic stability, or whatever adjectives we want to put in front of stability, what we're going to hit there. The reductions in this rule for this petition are a mix of regulatory and voluntarily from the medium of the 2017-18 pumpage. The reductions that we present here are more than what they presented in Alternative B and are phased in faster. It does have every groundwater reservoir, they to be distinct, a critical groundwater designation. It does call for regulation in the Weaver Springs area, 54%, the same as an Alternative B. 30% in Northeast Crane, the same that was an Alternative B. Alternative B also required a 9% reduction in Silver Creek. We asked for a voluntary reduction of 10% in Silver Creek by 2040. Alternative B requested no other reductions. We have asked for reductions of voluntarily agreements in Sylvies of 10% and Lower Don and Blitzen of 10%. You have heard from a lot of members from 2 of those sub areas that would go under voluntary reductions that have already come forward to you today and signaled they're ready. They can do this and we can meet the goal together. My ask to you today is let's figure out with DOJ, Director Gall, you guys, how we can get our time to defend or show this petition to you. We listened for 2 hours today as the department defended what's going to come forward to you in December. We ask for that same opportunity. Don't know quite how it's going to work. There's some people here smarter than me that could probably tell us how we can get there. So to close, I still have hope. I still have hope, Commissioner Mull, that a community, as it is said, we know there's an issue that was not caused by this community because they put in for a water right. There was a check mark that said water was available. And so they went to putting beneficial use. But they say, we're not in a good spot. We want to work collaboratively with you, Commissioner Smitherland, to figure this out. We want a commitment that has been given to us for 10 years to be fulfilled. Commissioner Kahar, that we can do this. This is a different model. Allow us to show that we can meet the goal of stability. I still have hope, Commissioner Newman, that we can figure out the legalese that maybe it all can be considered one groundwater reservoir, but does it have to be? I still have hope that this meets the legal needs that we have. Commissioner Lee, I still have hope that we can duplicate some of the efforts that you've been involved in the Chutes River Basin. Have we figured out how to work collaboratively to manage the water system for the benefit of all? Commissioner Smitherland, I still have hope that this community still has a voice with you guys. I still have hope. And lastly, Director Gall, I still have hope. The comments that you made at the Senate confirmation when you were going to be director, that you wanted to look at a different way to manage water. You wanted to look at how you can empower communities to co-manage the resource with you. This is a direction we can get there. So I still have hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Owens. Well, I think we all have a lot to think about and talk about, continue to talk with each other and with the department and with the community. Again, I appreciate everyone for being here today. They're very thoughtful comments. I don't believe we have any more public comments here, so I just wanted to also say thank you. It was an honor to be able to fill in and be chair for this meeting. Appreciate it. And with that, I believe we are adjourned. Thank you.